Sup? Yo. Yo, sup? Where's my snare, man? Where's my snare at? Whoa, the silence is deafening. The silence is deafening. There we go. Nice. Hey, how we doing today? It's Friday, my dudes. What's going on? What's going on? Welcome in to the Friday stream. What you mean, bruh? I'm trying to like refresh this. What's up, baby beans? What's up? Ireland, not my own. I think not my own got it right. Ireland's got to come back and re-grab the daily redeem ASAP. What's up, Snowblade? Baby beans. Hubert. They do take time. They do. It just takes some time. Little girl in the middle, on the right. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be all right. All right. Twitch didn't say anything. Discord didn't say anything. Machines didn't really want me to know you were alive. Discord didn't say anything? We're getting Discord ratioed again? Oh, it just went off. No, it didn't. It went off 4 minutes late. We got Baby Beans with a 30, was it? 30 stream streak. Thank you so much. What a streak to be having. Good. Oh, 35. There it is. Couldn't find it. Thank you. This is crazy. Oh, no. Dude, as I was leaving the chat, all right, I see this Umbri whatever. Oh boy, that sounds so bloody fun. Hello, rough sex. Hello.
Dick.
Oh. Oh, Rip Wolfie. Sup, guys? How's it going? Hi, welcome in. I hope the Leafio stream was good. What a Wolfie? They might have redeemed a little bit of something that might have caused them a little bit of damage. There's more GTA money from watching Twitch? GTA money? How much GTA monies? How much VTuber feet monies? What's up, Juice of Sour? What's up, Reaper? What's up, Joe? What's up, Johan? What's up, Cloud Ripper? Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the thing. Rough sex. How did I get through, man? Spectacular, truly. What a great name. What a great name. I'm just slippery sometimes. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm not completely sure. It's either 1 million or 2 million plus free Sprunk or E. Cola suits because it's 2020 again. Sprunk and E. Cola. Greetings, welcome back. Yeah, sorry for that right there. They be like that sometimes. It really just do. It really just goddamn do. Thanks for glorping in, guys. I love glorping. I don't even have glorping. God damn it. I just remembered. 7tv.app. Glorpin. I'm adding Glorpin right freaking now. I'm adding it right freaking now. How am I back at 900 emotes? Man, frick this. What's up, Unicorn? Wait, how the hell is Unicorn here? How the freak did this happen? You're hacking or no? Badum. He can redeem stuff and not chat. What? They're here in spirit, literally. What the hell? I thought you can't even like open the site or something. They just can't chat? Boy, the hell, boy. There's like some new platform people are talking about. I saw it the other day. But like, I tried to access it and it was like, you need to accept that we'll be allowed to use all of your information. And I was like, oh, yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't know, Mom, if I'm gonna be doing none of that. I don't know if I'm gonna do all that. Glorpin. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, never mind. It looked promising at first. Not that it'll ever really replace Twitch.
Oh, hi.
Greetings. Greetings for you. Now I can't even find it. Where'd it go? Why is gone? Creator badge drops have now have an optional top support reward. Should we do one of those? Damn, died already. Literally, I can't find it. Joe Mama. Where did they go? I guess it's gone forever. All right, well, I don't even care. I don't even care, to be honest. Koyo was taken anyway. I was literally like in the process of making the account, and then right below it, it's like you have to check mark it, and it says, allow them to use all of your information, even your personal ones. And I'm like, wow, that's so great. And I'd literally alt afford it. Didn't make the account. What? My mama's doing all right. Why you say this? Well, I'm just making sure she's doing all right. Everybody should check on their mamas. Make sure they're doing good, you know? It don't gotta be Mother's Day for that. Let's try to use this emote. I see. What's that badge? Oh. All these new Twitch badges, man. It's crazy out here. Wait, I didn't see it. Oh. So I'm just catching up with the lore here. Forgot to re-enable custom badges. I always thought it was just on by default. And the name paints or whatever. Way. Such a master of lore, this guy. They call me a completionist. I like completing video games. Yeah, sorry for no stream yesterday. I had many things to do, including trying to get contact lenses because I'm sick of glasses. But, you know, joke's on me. They don't accept Polish prescriptions. Oh, your prescription's from Poland? Ow. Oh, your prescription's from Poland? Well, that's not valid. That's not even right. I mean, I only realized there was no stream at 1 a.m. At 1 a.m.? Damn, Joe, you mentioned this about GTA. I have a game that I had in mind to play today. But I'm tempted with GTA again. And we have Ghost of Dane here today, even though it's kind of last second. Who's this lenses guy, and why are you contacting them? I don't know. I'm dying today. Sorry, I'm a smoker here. Can't even name 3 Ico songs. Come on. Try to name 3 Ico songs right now. I bet you can't do it. I could do it in a few minutes. Oh, no rush. You know how I am. I'd be yapping for like an hour over here, you know. Yeah. I'm a little crazy like that. Bit of a yapper. I be yapping and I be smacking. Man, I want a bagel. I suppose because I went to 70 to FSZ, back to 70, back to FFZ, so I got switched up to... Precisely. Yes. And that's just how the cookie crumbles. Indeed. I had 100 cars the other day in GTA, and then got like 5 more. Speaking of songs, tune. Now this do be a tune right here. Absolute tune right here. Skips it. Yeah, just skips it. No, imagine though. Imagine I just skipped it there. Would you be pissed? Absolutely tune, darling. Where does that come from? Is it just something Leaf said? I'd be pissed for the 3 seconds it takes me to open YouTube up. It's gonna open up YouTube. You haven't seen it? Well, I bloody just don't know, I suppose. Maybe I have seen it. Now, is it on TikTok? Because if it's on bloody TikTok, then no, I've really not seen it. I've really not. I mean, the damn song either way. Either way. You say either or either? Type it in chat, please. It is TikTok. My Little Pony thing. Oh! Ew. I say either. Saying either would be weird. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I say either. Well, that's strange that Iris says either and you say either. So you guys get through a lot of fights? About, you know, the pronunciation of either. It's kind of like saying route instead of root, you know? Like, what's going on there? I use magic to turn Fluttershy into a flesh cube. Ah! Aether? That's a mod for Minecraft. Come on. No, I say Aether. Sometimes I say either. Sometimes I say either. Oh, wow. Well, that's just... Can't you just pick one? There's almost some kind of north-south divide or something. Wait, was I right? Imagine I just, like, guessed it. The Aether mod. Good times. No. I say either. Well, you're bloody confusing me. Literally. And for why? And for why you're doing this? You can't just picking one. This one? Just one. I'm drinking my coffee, man. Yummers. Ah, to fall on one's own sword. Classic. Truly so classic. This do be a banger right here. I mean, they've all been bangers, but this do be a banger right here. No, I can't pick either. I switch. Yeah, we've been knowing that. The chase. Huh. Especially depending on how the sentence sounds. Sounded like Shaggy for a second. Oh, man. Oh, Scoob. Oh, Scoober Doober. I can't tell if it's more like Morty or if it's more like Shaggy. I can't ever be a voice actor because I think if I tried to commit to it, I wouldn't be able to do it right. Like if someone told me to, and this is why we don't have like the redeems we used to, like speak in Polish. The moment I'm asked to do it, I can't do it. I have to not think about it. It's actually very similar to like playing an instrument under pressure. I don't know if you've ever tried, but if you ever play a guitar or like a piano, I would say at a concert, but you know, it isn't like just in front of other people, you might start to think about, oh man, don't mess up, and then you mess up. I put on accents a lot. I just can't pinpoint them on demand. Amber, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How was Warframe? I'm swigging here some coffee. Some good old coffee. We're talking about accents and how I put on random voices, but the moment someone asks me to do it, I can't do it. It's actually such a common thing. I remember in VR chat, people were like, can you do the voice? I'm like, no, I forgot how to do it. D&D type thing now in Warframe. What the freak? What does that mean? Can you believe D&D and World of Warcraft are collaborating? I was almost tempted to buy it. And then I looked at the prices. $120. Now, if I had that money, I would still buy it. Would I play it? I don't know, but I would buy it. You get a lot of generic accent if that happens. I don't really think any of my voices are that good, but people are like, that's great, man. You should keep doing that. And I'm like, thank you so much. But I won't at this current moment. I saw this guy. Where do you saw me? Huh? Where do you saw me? Where? He played the FF? You have me adding or no? I resub? Hey, welcome back, man. I also just resubbed. Now this is a freaking bangers here. This one. Yes, I have you added. Damn, I guess we do have each other added. I forgot. I was actually in Aether Ferry. I don't remember what server you guys play on, but I was on Fairy because my friends were there. So I joined them. And, you know, it's the whole, like, summer event thing. So I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to join them. Zalera. Oh. What? Wait, why? Wait, why? The homies in Zalera? Oh, yeah, you guys were in Diablos. I was like, I don't remember you guys being in Zalera. Zalera? And why are you fish? Weird side effect of me being me is my stammer disappears if I add the additional processing time of an accent. And then people are like, why don't you just put on accent all the time? Dude, it gets exhausting. It gets so bloody exhausting. Unless I don't think about it.
Dick.
Hello, Node Princess. What are you doing? I originated from Brynhilder. Well, yeah, because you were in our FC. But then... I think the FC was dead because it was, like, past the end cycle of the game. And you guys left. And told me to join you guys when the time comes, whenever I'm going to. But then I was just too committed to the FC at that point. And I said that the only way that I'm going to swap servers is if they do East Coast. And it looks like that's not going to happen. So, I'm just kind of still here in Brynhilder. I probably just should have said from the start that I'll just stay here, but I wasn't sure, man. Like, people just stopped playing. 2012 called. They want their song back. But I bloody love this song here. I love it. Warframe D&D is basically like a conversation thing from the 1999 a lot. 1999 lot. Ah. I still don't know anything about the 1999 except for what you've told me about it. I was actually like juggling between scaling. I don't know. My idea was my conundrum, my predicament. I was fighting between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, and I made my conclusion that I will play 14 instead. Baghdad. That's not Antarctica. It was the Evercold trailer, right? Yes. It actually kind of was. But it was like a weird combo. The trailer was sick as hell. I don't care about the tank that much. But this whole supposed theory that the next ranged DPS is gonna be like a pet class similar to a hunter from WoW really pulled me back to the game. That and I was just waiting for this update because I didn't have much else that I wanted to do. I don't do like super endgame content. Need to lie down for a couple months to recharge energy before I join any heistings. No, you're all good. You're all good. I don't know if we're really going to just yet. Maybe. Perhaps. Maybe we'll run a heist. Maybe we won't. Spelt it wrong. Baghdad. I like that Antarctica gave you Chile. Dublin. What? 19.3? Feels like 17.9. 100% cloudy. Now, out of curiosity, since the beginning, since the dawn of time, since we've been doing these commands, I can't look at them right now. I don't have the message history. It just seems Like every time you guys have tried the weather,
Dick.
it has been cloudy. From the Ireland and from the UK. It's hot today. Look, cloudy. 15%. This you? This guy's sending me like scams. Or like you're gonna yoink my account? What is this? Bro wants 0% clouds in the sky? No, I like when it's cloudy. I'm dying, bro. 35.6 Celsius. Do you remember? Yeah. 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 Christmas Hills, Australia. Sorry, no glorp. Glorp is not real. No. I didn't even see the once in a lifetime eclipse because of fucking clouds. I mean, over here it was what, like 10% visibility? Dude, like, why is everything in Brazil? Like, everything is just in Brazil. Brasilia, Brazil. Feels like 28.5. That's it, you're going to Brazil. I mean, honestly, I'm down. I'm down to go at least once. Doesn't sound too terrible. Colander looks it up. Oh. What are you talking about, Colander, bro? I thought it was a dog for some reason. The normal people would call it a civ. Yes, civilization. Don't strain yourself. This is bannable. This is bannable. If you weren't Sfeels +1, it would be over for you. Beautiful. A beautiful musical masterpiece. Truly. Windows Ben badge. Well, how do I get an ICO badge? This guy has a Windows Ben badge. 7TV translator. How do I get 7TV? Actually, I have Founder. I like Founder. This guy got all the goddamn badges. What badges do I have? Chatterino supporter, 7TV subscriber, Founder. That's it? Oh, I don't have like an actual Twitch badge applied. But I have Chatterino supporter and 7TV subscriber founder. Wait, I used to have the FFZ supporter. I think it's because you have to be subscribed. Honestly, if any of the things deserve a subscription, it would be FFZ. Hey, goddamn carry, man. Fish. What are you fishing, Malky? You fishing in Final Fantasy right now? Bum bum bum. Yeah, I missed the eclipse, and then at night I went over to see if I can see at least some of the meteor shower. No, cloudy with a chance of meatballs. Standing in Limsa, getting compliments, watching this guy. I actually was also standing in Limsa yesterday, and this group of what is it, Vieira females surrounded me. It was very strange. But those meatballs were the meteors. Oh my god! You're right! Look, I coming in clutch. Last bass, more like poo. Got him.
Dick.
Literally got him. Were there meatballs, though? I guess there were. I really think there were. No, it's just clouds. I didn't see anything. I saw planes and I saw clouds. And that's it. And that's freaking it.
Dick.
Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is a pretty good movie. You know, I haven't watched it since, like, the dawn of time, it feels like. I don't remember the last time I watched that movie. And I know there's, like, a second one. Is there a third? I remember when I last watched Ratatouille. I remember when I last watched, like, a show or a movie. I think it was Freerun. No, it was Witch Hat Atelier. Sadly, I only got 2 movies.
Dick.
Interchesting. What if we could pretend that the aeroplanes in the night sky were indeed shooting stars? Well, then I could really use a wish right now. A wish right now. A wish right now. Just saying. Still wondering why we didn't get a third. Yeah, I don't know. Just maybe the second one didn't do well. Was it good? Was it worthy of a third movie, truly? Airplane Song hit so much harder now and is way more relatable than when I heard it as a wee teenager. I don't even remember, like, when was the first time I heard it? It had to be in the car or something. I mean, it's Hayley Williams, so I had a bias from the very beginning. This is like one of my first human crushes as a young whippersnapper. Hayley Williams of Paramore. I think we're better off, although I do agree some movies could really make do with like a second or a third. I just think sometimes we want to unpack that one. Okay. What I meant by that is real human beings as opposed to cartoon characters. After I said it, I hoped no one would notice what I meant or what I said. I meant real human beings versus human beings in cartoons. Pretty sure my first crush ever was like It could have been maybe Raven or Terra from Teen Titans. I would have to like really go way back. But you know, like at what age does it even count as a crush versus just a fixation or something? Like surely when I was 9 years old watching Neverending Story, right? Like there's no way that my first crush was like was it the princess in Neverending Story? Like there's no way. I don't think that even counts. Does it? First video game crush, generic response, but Princess Rosalina, my first video game crush. It might have been OG Tomb Raider. It might have been OG Tomb Raider because my sister played the Tomb Raider games and I played the very first one. So Lara Croft. Maybe? It's so hard to remember because like Lara Croft for sure was one, but I just don't know if she's the first one. If I think back, like, wait. Okay, this was 1996. And this. Pretty sure it was like 2001. Yeah, okay. One of the earliest crushes I had was Baby Spice. Baby Spice? Oh, I see. Hayley Williams was like one of the longest lasting celebrity crushes that I had. I'm sure there were people before Hayley Williams. Dude, it's just, we're talking years ago, you know? Like, I can remember Lara Croft. I can remember Hayley Williams. I can remember, whoever else the hell that I mentioned earlier. I don't really know if there was, like, anyone before then. I don't know if I knew the concept of a crush, so maybe I just don't remember because of that. I mean, it really depends. Like, when does it count? Is it a crush when you're aware it's one, or can it be one without you know? Like, what if I was 9 years old and I just didn't realize it? You know, that I had a crush. I feel like at 9, you have no idea what that even means. You're like barely sentient until you're, what, like 13? I'd say you don't need to be aware of it. Well, shit. At 9, I definitely did. At like 6, I think I knew too. Well, if we're going that far, because I'm sure 10-year-old me just thought May from Pokemon was neat. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, when did Pokemon the movie 2000 come out? Not 2000. The first movie. God damn, 2000. Yeah, no shit, it came out in 2000. The movie 2000 is the Lugia one. Mewtwo Strikes Back was 1998. No, I don't believe, there's no way. Latias? I've already confessed to Latias. That was a long time ago. But no, it was what was her name in the first movie? Was it like kind of a redhead? Found her, Nisha. Nisha, because she had the dugong. That was like a early unaware crush. Does she even appear anywhere beyond like the first movie? No one had a crush on Crash Bandicoot's sister for the PS1. I mean, like, I did, but the problem is that when you fail the game and she turns into that weird monstrosity, that, like, scared me. So, like, the crush was, like, ruined. Latias confession. Oh, we noticed. You know what I meant, though. What's up, Chubert? 125. Thank you for the 125 stream streak. I did a bit, but then something she did made me see her too much as, like, little sister energy. I was focused on the flag girls and CTR. Wait, are you talking about Banjo or Crash Bandicoot's? Oh wait, you're talking about Crash Bandicoot's sister. Oh, I just mixed it up. I was thinking of. My bad. I mixed it up. I thought of Crash's sister, or not. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Not Crash Bandicoot's sister. Goddamn. Banjo Kazooie. Banjo's sister. That's what I was trying to say. The crush was there, and then I watched her get turned into a monstrosity by the witch, and I was like, no, I could never again. Now that I know this could happen. So it just died. It faded away. And then as I aged, you know, perfect Gruntilda, evolved form, she took the dub. Yeah. Gruntilda, when, you know, she siphons the sister to become, you know? Yeah. It's a bit later on in life. Not like a lot later, but, you know, a couple of years, I would say. So no, not Crash Bandicoot's sister. Granted, what was the girl? Was she a cheetah? What was she from Spyro? Yeah, the fawn. What was her name? Elora or something? Yeah, Elora. Yeah, she also was pretty. Man, this is really like reality check, like. To be fair, it feels like a lot of these games just didn't have exactly human people, right? Like, yeah, the fawn. Gruntilda. Gruntilda, after being transformed, if the player gets a game over, god. Oh man, man. Suburban Thrills. Coco Bandicoot. My Crash Bandicoot, like, memory really, honestly, is like tag team racing. I played some Crash games beforehand, but typically it was just tag team racing. And what was it, like, The Wrath of Cortex, whichever one that was? My brain struggles with remembering early fictional crushes because my teenage years ruined it all. Kimitsu from Tekken. I have no idea what that is. Oh, I do know what this is. I do know what this is. I do. And Before You Fall in Love. Well, like, back in the day, I was a really weird young dude. So, like, I didn't like the idea of someone else having the same role, if that makes sense. And I was really into ninjas as a young whippersnapper. So, the majority of characters who were also ninjas, I was like, you are my rival. We are enemies. But I do remember her. I wasn't that into fighting games. I liked Zelda. I liked Midna when she returns to normal form in Twilight Princess. I liked Sheik. I'll take Midna both forms. I mean, I like Midna's other form, but like not really in the I don't even know how to explain it. Midna's great. Fantastic character. Not the short stacks. I mean, like, it's fine, but if you compared like Midna in that form to like Link, and Link is like 5'4", you know? I get questionably morally aligned there, I guess. Just a little bit. It brings in a different argument that weebs cannot handle. So I try to not get into that, but no stream today either, question mark? Oh, I was Joe. I was in the Discord. I mean, listen, Midna's Lament is one of my favorite, like, musical... Oh, it's not on, I have to go, like, to YouTube for this. Midna's Lament and that entire, like, instance, that entire thing that happens is, like, one of my favorite things in all of video games. Dude, yeah, I can't believe I'm not streaming today. Oh, dude! Look, I know it's just piano, but, like... I got goosebumps, man! Dude. Dude. I mean, I guess it hits more if you know what happens during this song. You know? Like, I suppose if you've never played Twilight Princess and you have absolutely no idea how meaningful and what happens in this when this song starts playing, so. I can't believe Aiko isn't streaming today either. Aiko ain't live, damn bro. Yeah, yesterday was just a busy day. Just had a lot to do. And I felt like I needed the day off. Like, I was just going ham. We're at a point where, like, no video game is really pulling me. Snowblade did gift us a game, but I don't want to play it today, because then I have to wait the weekend. So I thought we would just start it next week. But if that's the case, then I'm playing GTA today. We could do a short drive. No, we already played that. Enough of this. I barely recognize the song without the constant... Yeah, literally. Yeah, let me just play the in-game. No commentary. Let me just say, like, one of my favorite things, still, to this day, one of my favorite sounds, and it's like, genuinely neurons activated, is the teleport sound from Twilight Princess. Peanut and I don't know if Peanut knew what it was from, but we were gonna make the, you know, the Twilight portal thing above our base. Not above our base, but like above the area. We just never finished doing that. Dog.
Dick.
Greetings, H. Brown. No. Oh, I'm skipping through it. Okay, we're at the part. Like, people will argue that this isn't even, like, a top 5 Zelda game. This is just pure delusion to have this kind of take. And it's like, oh man. Oh man. I loved Minish Cap. I would put Twilight Princess in number 1. Number 2 would be Majora's Mask. And then I'd probably agree that Minish Cap is like number 3. And the reason that I don't put like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on the list is because they're like on a whole different level. Like, yeah, they're Legend of Zelda games, but they're so vastly different at this point. But if I had to include them, they would be in the top 5. I just don't think they're better than my top 3. Granted, Minish Cap I have, like, fond memories of because I played it in school during, like, the last week of high school. I forgot that she's like literally dying vocally in this. Oh, dude, what a masterpiece. That was so great. Minna was Navi with an actual personality. Best sidekick ever. Minna, man. Twilight Princess, man. It's just, I get it if you don't like the dark themes, so it's fair, but... You know, like, come on, man. Come on, man. Constant panting and chain rattling. We crave the drive. I already played the drive today, or this week. Oh, there are the ads. Wow, we're only an hour in, huh? Could do like a mini heist, I suppose. Could run like a little. I'm not doing any like big heists for sure. I think a lot of people like the fish girl from Breath of the Wild. I don't remember her name. Like, these were great games, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, but I really don't remember like much of the characters. Except for the nerd scientist lady. But like her form in Tears of the Kingdom, not form, just being older. Town bad for Fish Girl. Was her name Mifa? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it was Mifa. People love Mifa and May. The hell's happening? Oh, I thought it was a different song for a second. Hyrule Field. I'm just scrolling through the characters from Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Things like short hair Zelda in Tears of the Kingdom was pretty based. I'm not that crazy about the Garudins. I am. That's fine. That does seem a little down your alley. Sidon. No, I really don't care for the fish people. I like Paya. Paya. The Kakariko girl. Paya. I don't know how you say her name. Fish. Purra, but like Breath of the Wild. Purra's pretty based. Why aren't you more of a Daft Punk fan? What do you mean? I like Daft Punk. It's a Molly. Do you think they're don't you just think they're okay? No, I think they're great. I mean, without Daft Punk, we wouldn't have Madeon and Porter to begin with. I just think like the big era of Daft Punk was when I was in my like emo phase, you know? So I think Daft Punk is great. I don't have the connection to other people do because during their like prime years, like Discovery and everything, I was listening to like Linkin Park and you know whatever the hell. So like Leaf was probably really into Daft Punk back in the day. I was really into whatever music like emo, pop punk, Paramore, Linkin Park, Gorillaz. Maybe you like Daft Punk. Why don't you love them? I don't have that like nostalgia. You know? I just don't. I didn't really get into like real electronic music until later in Linkin Park's journey. Like during what? Let me think. I was super into Linkin Park. Let me think. I think it was Breaking the Habit. So maybe not. Maybe it was like Minutes to Midnight. Was that 2007? No, that doesn't sound right. I mean, it must have been Minutes to Midnight. That's about when I got into electronic music a little bit more. And then I discovered Deadmau5, which like branched me out. I listened to a shit ton of Deadmau5. So my most impactful like musical artists of like the younger ages were Linkin Park, Deadmau5, uh I don't know, those two kind of like are what branched me out the most. And then I got into like, the super emo stuff as I got into like middle school, high school. Maybe a little earlier, but yeah. I mean, my cousin was like in a crazy metal band. And why I am. Hello, Raspy man. What are you doing today or tomorrow? Can you believe it? Deltarune's over. It's over. It's just over. I was into pretty much all of them too. It's just my music taste really evolved from my sister, who listened to Eminem, Linkin Park, Papa Roach, Justin Timberlake, like all this stuff, Nickelback. And after I siphoned all of that from the MP3 player she gave me with some music, then I really became my own musical listening machine. Nobody in this house listens to Dance Gavin Dance. All right? No, well, my brother used to, but Swancore, like, what the hell? Just chilling today? Hell yeah, do be Friday. It do be. You doing DMCA? I don't know if you DMCA. I know people are probably not going to do much DMCAing because it's extremely boiling hot today, so. Haven't had VR in years. Oh. Unfor it. I have my index. It's holding on. It's holding on. Otherwise, I'd still not dance. I thought I wouldn't dance either, but something about Radiant being there like convinced me that it'll be fine. So I did dance, but it's because Radiant doesn't typically dance, and she joined on the dancing because I was there dancing, I guess. I don't know. Some weird logic. We're like besties. Did you dance, Gavin? Dance? Gavin! Gavin! Where are you? Gav. The thing is, it took me a while to get into, like, music with screaming in it. Beyond, like, Linkin Park. And most of my favorite Linkin Park songs at the time were, like, Mike Shinoda was really taking the lead, you know, with the rap. Again, it was mostly just because that's the music I was into in general, but... And this is my music now, typically. Like, if people ask me my favorite top 3 artists, it would be... This is such a weird variety, but it's Pink Floyd, Dance Gavin Dance, and Deadmau5. And if you ask me anything beyond my top 3, I wouldn't tell you, because I don't know. I really don't. Like, you could put Gorillaz in there, you can put Linkin Park... You can put fucking Skrillex, maybe. Sleep Token, exactly. Logic is based. Oh, thank God. Someone else who likes Sleep Token. Jesus. This chat hates Sleep Token, Raspy. I don't understand, man. I don't understand. And by this chat, I mean like 2 people don't like Sleep Token, but it's fine. It's whatever, you know. More Sleep Token for us, eh? Logic's dope. People are entitled to the wrong opinions. That's what I'm saying. I like Sleep Token. Oh yeah? When's the last time you listened to Sleep Token? It's most of the chat. We just also say we don't care if you like it. No, you make it very clear that you care that I don't like it. That's okay. Exactly. That's why you can like Sleep Token. Emergence. I'm in my Swancore era right now. To be fair, I know that Dance Gavin Dance isn't like the best band to listen to, both lyrically, and not everyone's into Tillian's voice. Or maybe, you know, John Mess' screaming. That's totally, I get it. I understand. I do. This band lyrically might be insane. If you like, which one's the riding a rhino, pico de gallo, tomato basil shit? What song is that? Wait, isn't it this song? No. Riding a rhino, pico de gallo, tomato basil shit. It is a song, isn't it? Am I crazy right now? Oh no, it's Chucky versus the Giant Tortoise. Shit. I'm such a poser, idiot, dumb loser. Hold on, we're waiting for this song to end. I'm adding this one to playback. To playback queue. I think Afterburner's so peak, man. He just said get off the high horse and ride the spy plane. Like, what is he talking about? It's safe to say you dig the backseat. Dude, that song is so good. Okay, but to be fair, how can I not love a band, okay, that has a song name called Turn Off the Lights? I'm watching Back to the Future. You know what I mean? How can I not? How can I not like a band that has the title, and I told them I invented Times New Roman? Just saying. That's my favorite font. I just want to hear him say, riding a rhino pico de gallo. Tomato basil shit. All right, Joe. Would you prefer I listen to Dance Gavin Dance or Sleep Token? He's gonna say neither. Please, just don't play music. It's coming up, and I am too. He's gonna sing it. I'll go in cryo. Hold on. I just... I'll go in cryo and return to life ho. And make a bisque, some tomato basil shit. Riding a rhino, pico de gallo, rooster's beak, I'll sleep when I leap that Jeep. Dance Gavin Dance. No, Dance Gavin Dance are okay. I'm not a huge fan of them, but it doesn't seem as gimmicky as Sleep Token. We found a stream title? What? All of my stream titles lately have been Dance Gavin Dance, except for today. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, Uncle Johan. What are you doing today or tomorrow, please? Sleep Token are to people under 30. Well, Ghost is to people over 30. Now, what does that mean? If I like Sleep Token and I like Ghost. What's wrong with Ghost? Scooby-Doo chase music? Your Scooby-Doo chase music. You like me? Yeah, man. Hello, man. How are you napping? Just to defend myself a little further here, okay? They have at least one song every couple albums called Strawberry Something, okay? And I like strawberries. Now, granted, theirs are called Strawberry Swisher, which is a little different, a little bit different from what I'm referring to. A little bit different, but they're goth Bon Jovi. Well, good thing I like Bon Jovi as well then, huh? Twitch is having a problem, a bit of a problem I see now. Classic, dude. Dude, so classic, man. Dude, man, so classic. Discord, no working. Twitch, no working. What no working next? Kangaroo crack his dick in half. John Mess, man. Oh, dude, this song is so true. Especially the lyric where it's like, you're too fucking old, just don't make this awkward. Here it comes. You're too fucking old. Don't make this awkward. That lyric plus, like, what is it? 2 secret weapons. Getting to the age where I need more than my gorgeous hair. Oh, man. Also, they just have a song called Feels Bad Man. You know? Cormier, are we going to play some GTA today? I saw people on Twitter asking what's going on. Checking Twitter right now. I haven't been on Twitter in a little bit. This could be fatal. Everyone's just complaining about the Discord stuff. Boyfriend requirement. No streaming badge. Oh, man. What's your favorite radio station in GTA? Ooh. Ooh. That's a good question. Depending on my mood, it really changes. Like, any GTA or GTA 5 only? Oh, that might also be a really good question. Granted, I feel like I would only really base it off of GTA 5 because I haven't played another GTA in years. If it depends what mood I'm in, because Nonstop Pop is based. I think was it Flylo that had like Outcast? Ooh. It might be Radio Mirror Park. GTA 5 and online also have different stations, I think. I'm actually not sure. But I think Radio Mirror Park is my favorite. You should try to 100% all the GTAs. It won't be painful. Listen, where's Final Fantasy 2, right? Remember when I was going to play all of the Final Fantasies from 1 to 6? Not that I'm done with it. It's just the break in between already. I would play GTA 1 and then not play another GTA for like 2 months. But yeah, I think Mirror Park. I mean, Mirror Park has Polish Girl. I feel like I have to be a little bit biased. Or I think that's the one that has Polish Girl. Maybe not GTA 1 and 2. I haven't listened to, like, GTA Radio in a long time. No, I'm gonna pick East Los Santos because it has El Sondito. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, I got the list. Dude, like Nonstop Pop FM. All right. Pure Shores, Glamorous, Rhythm of the Night, Lady Hear Me Tonight, Scandalous, West End Girls, Music Sounds Better With You, Small Town Boy, Six Underground, I Want It That Way, Jamiroquai, Gorillaz, Dirty Vegas, Maroon 5. They got moves like Jagger. I forget. Midnight City, Applause, Lady Gaga, Cooler Than Me, Tennis Court, Meet Me Halfway. Oh my god. I'm so if there's anything I'm most excited for when it comes to GTA 6, it's the radio. Yeah. Gorillaz, what is it? Feel Good Inc. is on Nonstop Pop. I don't remember GTA 3 ADO. Only girl in the world, Rihanna? You might not remember because those were exclusive. Like well, I don't know, you're on PC now, so. But it was exclusive to PlayStation 4, Xbox One, the Series X, S, PS5, PC. Piecing me. What the hell? Flylo has Clams Casino? I even know that. They have crystals by Clams Casino. Clammy! What the hell? Sorry, wrong version. You got replay game, don't you? You son of a. This is really? I don't remember this ever playing on GTA. Avex Twin. Wait, Flylo's bass. I just remember Outcast. Yo. Dude. This is crazy, man. Oh, brilliant. I know it's like his most overrated, in quotes, songs, but I mean, it's one of my favorite songs of all time right here. One of my favorite songs of all freaking time. So you guys are saying Cult FM. I don't recognize the name of that one. Where is that? I will return, but will likely end up lurking. Yeah, do your thing. Whatever you got to do. Thank you for hanging out regardless. Flash FM, but in online it's probably Cult FM. They don't have that on the list here. They don't have Cult FM on the list on this. It's because it's stupidfandom.com. Moto Mami Los Santos. Hip hop, indie pop. Wait, what? They have a Rockstar made? I hate fandom.com. I thought I blocked it out. So here's Cult FM. They have the Strokes? Misfits? What? Ramones? Ah, Viagra Boys. The Stooges. The Cramps. Wait, this radio station's Iggy Pop. What? Leia Porcelain. Oh, this came out KO Perico in 2020. I haven't had the radio on because of streams and stuff in so long. And just because I want to listen to my own music. Still slipping Los Santos. What is this? House and techno. Cool. iFruit Radio. So Motomami, when did this come out? 2021 with the contract. This radio looks kind of... They got Popcorn, man. What? Popcorn. Popcorn. Y'all know this guy?
Then you tell me say your things you don't mean, baby. Yeah, you say me and you a build we one team. Me get to find out you know.
Have Justice.
Me still love when you wind up your face self. Yeah, wind up your face self. Me still love when you wind up.
Laguni Chonga.
Wind up your face self, baby. Me can't stand you sometime. But me still love your waistline.
I want to see Adult Swim Radio in the next one. Get Nujabes in there, man. This dude's name is just Q. Yeah. Yeah. How old is this goddamn song, dude? You guys know this one? This is not on GTA. (2019). Oh, that's not as old as I thought it was for some reason. Yeah. Hey. So I assume, Joe, that you don't particularly like this kind of music. Because it's too British, right? Or is this like, okay? Dude, I love British rap. Endless suffering. It's just my life. I don't like it, but kind of only partially for the Britishness. I see. Yeah, fandom sucks. I don't like. I blocked it, but I guess because it's a different branch of fandom, it still shows up. All right, I'm gonna hop on GTA, but I gotta piss. I need to piss. You know the browser extension? I do. I block them out, but it's just still there for some reason. Probably because it was GTA Wiki or fandom, whatever, instead of a different fandom. I don't know. Driving home late night shift in my first pharma job and turning on BBC One Extra. What's up, Juvie? It kind of reminds me of GTA Online. All the British role players just be making this kind of music. Hey. Hey. Money I'm chasing. I'm finishing my coffee. I'm gonna go piss. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. 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 I mean, this is way better. This is way better than Back to Basics. All right, bear back. I'm pissing. Beer back. I'm gonna make piss. Damn, this screen is extremely blue, man. Sorry, I want to reheat some coffee as well. They put in some in that water that makes you piss. It's time to make piss and make piss. What's up, DD? Molly with 160 stream streak. Tied with 195. Thank you guys for the stream streaks. Look at these guys. Crazy, mate. Crazy. Yeah, I went to piss and then I made some coffee. There's a guy on my blue screen. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, very sorry about that. Now, Snowblade did gift a game. We're going to play on Monday because IMO, if we're going to start a new game, we might as well start it. Well, maybe not Monday because we would do the long drive, but I'm dead set on keeping the long drive on Mondays. Even though this week it was not on a Monday. Where's my GTA 5? There it is. You're playing Dota 2? What the hell? What's the hell? What's the hell? I was gonna say though, I hope people enjoyed Peak. It was a little scuffed for me, to be honest, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay, that's okay. That's okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay, that's okay. That is okay, that is okay. That's okay. That's okay. Fish. I love Scuff unless it's a Cent 8. I mean, the Scuff for me was, I was running at like 10 FPS. Do you mean, man, I loved, what do you mean, man? I loved my 5 FPS. Dude. What is it with the Mesa biome exclusively that makes it so insufferable to play? Because everywhere else was fine. It was just the Mesa where I was running at 10. Yeah, I also had 5 FPS at times. It was ridiculous, man. I was all good. You weren't even playing, man. You don't even play games with me anymore. You were at 5 FPS as you were saying that on my end? Is it because of GTA booting up? I think it's the tornado combined with like the shaders or something. The shadows moving. I work Wednesdays. Damn it. Damn it. No, that's fair. It's probably the whole level under the level. Nobody knows it. When I was down. Whoa. Nobody know. I wanna go home. Shut up. I'm playing piss. I'm playing piss. I'm making piss. It's safe to say you enjoy the back seat. You dig the back seat. It's safe to say. Who is this lady? Okay. It's me.
Hi, Daddy.
Shut up.
Hope you had sweet dreams.
I didn't. And now you ruined my day. I'm doing closed friend session. Please don't say it again. La 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 la. My dog! Oh my god, dude. Hey, man. Hey, man. Why'd you look up, man? Oh my god, I want a border collie. Thoughts? You've been awarded the Ecola X Sprunk liver for the hot ring sabre. I don't want it. Screw you. I got a laptop that I used for college. I got like 3 or 4 years ago. I was struggling. Well, Chewy runs it on a VM that is set up better than my PC. Where the freak is my bike? Hello? Are you impounded? That's the impound, isn't it? Dude! Stop! The hell is this car anyway? It's like a Hummer. Move! I almost hit that dog. I would have cried. That is not a Hummer. What is it, a Jeep? I don't know, have you seen the new Hummers? 'Twas me, because you don't open the door. Yeah, you're not allowed, man. You're not allowed. Range Rover. Dude, freak Range Rover, what? That's the Toyota something. It's the RAV4? Oh. Wait, RAV4 is based. I've been in those before. Move. I'm driving here. Get out of my way. Is the RAV4? I feel like the RAV4 has like a different front. So maybe the back is RAV4? The front is not. I mean, to me that just looks like a Jeep or something, or a Hummer front. Screw it, man. Karen BJ XL. Karen BJ XL. The BJXL appears to be based on the Toyota FJ Cruiser, but it is a flatter, less aggressive appearance. 2007 Toyota FJ Runner Sema concept by MV Design 4Runner. The grille, mirrors, and vent on the hood are likely taken from the Hummer H3. Don't even talk to me ever again about cars. I was literally right. And I freaking knew it too. Give me my bike. Me, a millionaire? I'm not paying for it. Goodbye. Sneep Snorp. Friend online. Valorless is now online. So what we doing? Well, if we do get 4 people, we can do an actual heist. If we get 4 peoples. I think Joe also hopped on, and Ghost the Dane is in the lobby. So we could do an actual heist. We could do like Diamond Casino. Diamond Casino. Otherwise, I'm down to do whatever. We can just do normal heists. Like not normal, the mini heists. We can run like Cluck and Bell, we can run IAA, we can run FIB, we can run into a trash can. A trash container. We can... Mostly playing with Mun. If you need a 4th, I can join. Well, I shan't take you from Mun. We can just do Cluck and Bell and like the normal heists. The mini heists. I don't mind. Ow! What the freak, man? You can't leave your apartment. What the hell? This is not my outfit. This is not my outfit. This is. Breaking my roleplay. I'm going to save Ghost the Dane. Right now. And then I'm gonna jump into a voice chat. I was hanging with Juicy Sour yesterday. In VC. He was playing some crazy game where you just, like, use this giant big gun thing and kill innocent people. I thought it was pretty sick. Ow. Ow. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but you probably want to restart. Wait, this song's a freaking banger. I would do Ivan. I was showing my big gun. I was very confused because you were just in the Discord. Like, no one really goes into my Discord VCs. And I got back from my shower, and I was just doing Final Fantasy stuff, and I see Juicy Sour in the VC. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on here? Max spots for a heist is always 4. Is there one that has 6? Or 7? I miss Juice's big gun. It was quite the big gun. Where am I going? Kind of just GTA brain rot. Brown. H Brown hates GTA. Oh, this is a ramp. I'm so dumb and bad at games. That's it. I'm becoming a Roblox exclusive streamer. I'll be Alt-F4ing right now and booting up Roblox. Unless we get 500 gifted right now. Oh. I have a penny. Yeah, that'll work. That's like 500. You know, if you like substitute the taxes and you know, if you substitute the fees and you know, the split between Twitch and you know, an affiliate, at the end of the day, it's probably like a penny. You can't be part of the GTA drops. I can't be part of the GTA drops.
Whatever.
Are you serious? What am I? It has to be like partnered people.
Sweetie, how are you? How's that rock star boyfriend of yours? What? With a 16-year-old? Babe, that is such bad luck. 80 is the new 60 is the new 40.
I don't know, to be honest. Even after a refresh, it don't work. There's no drops. They've been doing that a lot with like games. Oh! Where like you have to be a partnered member of it. Like even with Phasmo. How didn't you fall over? That shit doesn't even make sense, man. Alright, let me get into a VC. Goes into streaming VC. Oh, hey, that's me. Hey, guys. Hello. Dude, that looks so crazy. Guys, would you prefer the VTuber or this right here? Hello, everybody. Hi, it's me, the streamer here. Do you guys prefer this right here or no? Hello? Or maybe I mute it? What does Deffen look like again? Hey! Yo, dude.
Yo, man.
Yo, dude.
This is crazy. What you changed, dude? You look a bit different.
No. That's just how
Oh.
I am.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Wow, such beautiful brown eyes. It'd be great for games like Silent Hill 2. Yeah, when I have to actually kill my VTuber, it'll be perfect. It really will. It really, truly will. It really, truly, really, for real, truly will. For real. Hey! Who's in the shop?
That will be me. I'm buying shoes.
Choose.
Hello.
Shoes. I could use some new shoes.
You what?
I could use some new shoes, and
Oh.
but there are no good shoes. I do not like any of these.
Yeah, I was trying to find nice like sneakers to fit the fit, but they just ain't got no like
Yeah.
good sneakers. It's just all the Converses. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful eyes. Wow. How you doing, Ghost Man?
I'm good, man. It's Friday finally. We
Yeah,
have a
man.
weekend.
Time for freedom.
Yes. Oh my god, I can have wellies on. Holy shit.
And you what?
You see big yellow boots.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Crocs or something. I'm like, if you wear those,
I was actually about to buy some.
no, man.
They're
come on.
ugly, dude. Cider sneakers.
Wow, your boots so yellow.
Thank you, man. Now I'm ready for the rain.
And I set fire to the rain. You know this song? You mean Uglies?
Oh, yes.
You are Uglies. Got
Well,
him.
that's kind of messed up.
Oh, sorry.
You're not wrong, but you can't say that.
Oh.
What do you think of my big boots?
Wow, very ready for the rain.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
Nice, man. I'm pink. I don't know why, but I'm
very
pink.
pink.
Yeah.
In multiple colors. Make sure you come back.
I really like that pink. It brings out your pink.
Yes. The pink for the bike, the pink for the clothing.
Yes. Exactly, man.
I think the rims gotta be a different color. I gotta make them pink too. I'm gonna do that.
Shh. I follow. I can customize my car.
Yes. What car do you have?
I don't remember name. Hold on. I don't have many cars. I have not got many
Mustang.
new cars to get back. Yes.
The Dominator. Very nice.
Yes. Thank you.
Hey. American muscle.
Rat, rat.
At least I think that's the Mustang. Someone's gonna be like, actually, that's the Challenger? I mean, it's called the Dominator, so it's possible it's the Challenger. Like a glove.
Here for the magic touch?
Where is this Thai guy?
You have any problems? You bring her back to me.
Freaking hates us, I think.
Yeah, honestly, that's pretty fair. Pink. Do 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 do. Is it like not possible to put neon lights under a motorcycle? I guess it's a kind of tedious process, yeah. I don't really know how you put neons on normally, so... Alright, we're gonna do a warm-up run. We're gonna do a warm-up here. And we're gonna book this guy. I'm gonna put him in jail.
Whoa.
That's right.
Sure.
How the weather over there? Hot, cold, yes, no?
Extremely warm today. We had like 32
Ooh.
degrees. Such
Oh, yeah,
So-
that's
was not very nice. I do not like it.
yeah. Just waiting for the autumn time, and I'm gonna start taking walks at like 5 in the morning.
Yeah, that sounds good. Can I join you?
Yes, we go walking.
Oh, we get, man.
If the name
We
was
go
Ring
walking here
Bell,
to the
I
park.
don't blame you. Not exactly a big household name, but
The autumn time's the best for it too, cause like the youngins will be in school.
True.
I send you guys invitation.
Okay,
But-
thank you, man.
You take your time. Who be goobin the schnoobers? Chinese food? No. No. Is that your logo on the headphones?
No,
What
not
that
that I
is?
remember. I think Leaf just drew them on there a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if they were for something special, if I'm honest. Oh, did I mean to buy those rims? Oh shit.
Yo, what's up, Logan?
Who the hell this guy?
Man, what the hell your problem, man? What the hell your problem, man?
What?
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 What's so freaking funny, huh?
Jokes.
What?
That's
Why
for
is there
sure.
a second guy here?
Drahuawa.
I got here first.
I was literally just done customizing, man.
We've been Schmeckeldorfed. Hey, let's go. Run it. We're gonna book this person and we're gonna heist. We're gonna do some heisting.
Wow.
Well, like I said, I have the Diamond Casino, like, it's at the, not scope out stage, but the one after.
The thing is, we would need 4 people, I think, for Diamond. Yeah.
No,
How many?
2 to 4.
Oh.
Oh, maybe then we can do it. Then we can Casino Diamond. Monte Casino.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, it's this one again. God, man. Do you remember like all the spots, Ty? They might change.
Yeah, it changes, I think.
Masquerade Murder Party. Not even a word. I know it from somewhere, but I don't know what it's from.
Who? What?
We've been Schmeckeldorfed.
No.
They got costumes all over the place in there, right? If you throw one on, everyone will just think you're one of the staff. I'd go with a cape
Staff?
personally. That would help you get onto the lot. Oh, I bet if you look like a technician, that'd get you even.
What the hell?
Hold on. What if you dressed up like you were in Masquerade Murder Party? Nobody would suspect a thing.
There ain't nothing in here. No call sheets.
Start looking around the
I'll check this one.
trailers for a copy of the call sheet. It's like
Where's that guy at?
mail schedule up there.
Oh, right there.
Does not contain a call sheet.
Easier to find Cleo.
Ain't on
Man, what are you
shit.
staring at, bro?
We gotta check every. Oh, I think I see it. I think you got it.
Oh, yep. I need to take a picture or what?
Oh yeah. Hopefully it lets you. It's really weird. Like Ty tries to take pictures at certain missions and.
Send me a picture.
Yes. I can send. Wow.
Nice.
I don't see her on here. Must be for a different movie.
Damn, rolled. She really just said, "You ass."
That was the wrong freaking one.
Yep.
Apparently so.
Frick this, man.
This trailer does not contain a call sheet. What the hell?
Wanker Town, is that it?
I don't think it's Wanker Town.
Damn.
This is the call sheet for a different movie.
Oh wait, no, yeah, it's actually like she tells you the name.
It was like Masquerade something. Masquerade Final Dance.
Are there any trailers that way? I don't think so.
I don't know. All right, I'm ready for the movie. No! My costume!
I found it. Slash me takes a picture.
Oh.
Hell yeah. We know
Hell yeah!
on set. Now we just need a way to unlock the stage door.
Oh, this is the one where
Yeah.
we were stuck for like 30 minutes.
So you're not gonna be able to
What,
know
finding the office or?
the stage door.
Yeah,
But I'm 95%
Oh.
sure one of
because we
these
went
guys will have
to the
a
right
key
area,
card in their office.
but it never gave us the prompt.
Oh.
No survivors. It's kind of like Keanu coded a little bit.
Yeah, I think you had the right place, Ghost. It's just over here.
Oh, it was that one? Or wait, do you have to go inside?
Yeah,
It just didn't, yeah, it didn't give me a prompt when I went over
you
here.
have to. You have to hack the keypad, but it doesn't give you a prompt.
Yeah,
That's
it's so
where we
weird.
were
What the
stuck.
hell?
This place sucks.
Oh, it's this one. My mouse sensitivity's too high.
Oh no.
Dude, nice outfit, man.
Thanks, man. Now it's ignition.
Hey.
You look so snazzy, dude.
Ah,
Wow.
thank you. Yeah, John Wick.
You're like, yeah, mysterious John Wick at the mask party.
I got it.
John Wick at
Nice.
the Masquerade.
Why he masking? Why he raiding?
I don't know.
Oh, here, I got it.
Woke up in a new Bugatti.
We're in business, baby! Show business! Let's hit that stage!
Arasaka.
Good Uber driver, man.
Yeah. Big travel time.
Ghost, you have
Oh.
to get over here.
Oh shit, sorry. Just dudes. Coming. Oh, is it because I have the card specifically, or?
No, it just required all of us here.
I guess we
For-
have a
Oh,
group, yeah.
Fair.
Very strange. Get down!
Okay, the call sheet says this is the big masquerade murder scene.
Is it you?
God, no. Don't shoot me, please.
It's not her.
Oh, it was. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, my. She's the last one, of course.
Classic.
You found her yet? She's in here somewhere. Listen, partner, you think you could do me a favor? I forgot to get Mom a birthday present, and she goes nuts for the old-timey movie stuff. If you bring back something cool from the studio...
What?
Oh, we were supposed to steal stuff.
I got like pulled out.
We all did.
What the?
Oh shit! I'm on the side.
Yo!
That's not safe.
Bring her back here.
No, that's cool. Look,
Just
it's
a
got the
little
little.
bit.
Wall. Just a little something to inspire our future bounties.
You take
John
you take
Wick.
sharp left corners.
Yeah, bail office is worth it because when the weekly stuff happens,
It made no sense, obviously, but
like right now it's 189k to like put this person in the bail office or like arrest
And
them.
then if we stole stuff,
or whatever.
she said she'd pay like more for the
Yeah.
stuff.
And then every like few weeks,
What the
okay,
fuck?
all right.
She drove right into it. Oh my god.
Hey, what?
That was like Zoolander-esque. What the fuck?
Oh Jesus!
Oh jeez.
I think it adds up to like 250k when it's double XP double money week for the bail office. It's pretty good. But the best things you can ever get are the nightclub and the acid lab. Acid lab is a little bit more better to start with because you don't need other businesses. But nightclub,
Person, you got me.
passive income plus if you have like all the good businesses, it's
Going too far.
the best.
Partner,
The biased.
get a selfie with her before she really starts crying and shit.
Shotgun pew pew. I gotta start the stream together.
Oh, where your gun? You just disappeared.
Is my gun's gone? Yeah. I'm just horror farming, dude.
Yes, we see the technician fit.
Yes, we see the fit.
16,000.
16 cars, cause we all just wanna be big rock stars.
Wow.
Okay, it's still pending, so for now it's gonna be mid. Yeah, if you want to start the Diamond Casino, I'm down.
Well, that means I need to.
It's okay. I have to go to the casino anyway because I need to do my
What I need to. Wait, can I join? Can I drive with you?
Maybe this might be a one-person motor.
Oh, she's
bike.
right. No worries, no worries. Wait, how do I even get outside?
Well, Ty, you have to go to the casino anyway, right?
I have to go the polar opposite area, but we can.
Oh.
I got drop people off there.
Oh, no worries. I just get my car. Wherever it is. Oh, it's right here.
I have
He's
to
all good.
go all the way to Polito.
Palito. You know what's weird? Like, how does this game still not have some sort of cruise control mode that like lets you drive the speed limit?
I don't know. Hi, man.
Wait, sorry. Oh, there we go.
It's okay, man. Oh,
What the?
okay, man.
What? The light was green.
I mean, yeah, but I need to
We
ram
were
all those people.
betrayed by the game.
I also gotta go collect my like $1,000 from the arcade.
Why does my car crime game not have to obey the law button? Dude, I'm just saying I could be a little bit more immersed if sometimes I can click cruise control and go the speed limit.
Oh wait, can I get up here? Oh shit. Okay.
just like maybe have the train as like a fast travel or something. I don't know.
Fast travel.
I don't know. One or the other. Keep yourself immersed. I forgot the Karuma like goes like 2 miles an hour if you're driving in reverse.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh. What a vehicle.
Yeah, it's like Porsche Cayenne I told you about, right?
Yeah. I'm spinning. All right, well, I got 15,000 coins. Coins.
Whoa.
You
Oh,
got
that's
this,
really
man.
nice, man. Thanks, man. I believe. It's... Go. Let's go. I get car right now.
Car spin.
Oh. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh.
Oh. Little thing. This
Hey, you get t-shirt. T-shirt's okay.
Hinterland Nugget t-shirt. Wow.
Wow.
Cool. Anyways, let's get out of this place.
This place sucks. I hate it here. Wow, nice parking, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. I guess I can just tap to drive the speed limit. Here we go. Yep. Driving the speed limit right now. You tap driving. Yep.
We're such law-abiding citizens right now.
Yep. Hopefully that's not a red light over there. That would suck. Oh, it's a red.
Man.
Yo, man. How's it going over
Listen,
there?
man.
Which radio station's the new one that they added because they lost the licenses to the other one?
What's your freaking problem, lady?
Whoa! Hello?
She was pulling into my lane.
She also just
This
drove...
runs a red light.
This is
Jeez,
unbelievable.
We gotta stop her. We gotta stop her. I think I lost her because she went full speed. Holy fuck.
Yeah, she actually just ran away.
No, I see her. She's still freaking out.
What the? You're going
Oh,
too
wait,
fast?
I went
Oh,
past
I just ran a red. I mean,
Just ran
listen.
right past her. She's still freaking out. Lady, stop this. That's her. Ma'am, you gotta stop. Oh. I stopped her. Oh. What's your problem, dude? Ma'am.
Try driving now.
Oh. Holy smoke. How do I do that?
Who farted?
Do I need to invite you guys to the organization, or will it still like drag you in?
You can invite anyone from the session. It's no problem.
Okay.
They only lost the license to certain songs, to which they added more songs, then also added multiple new stations. Ah, dude, she's having a terrible time right now. Just following her around. Oh! Yo, she almost hit a crazy sick drift.
Oh.
Oh, he. This guy? This guy.
Let's see what I get in my safe. Let's see how much money. $1,080. Nice.
Big.
Holy smokes.
Wow, it's storming. Oh, is he dead? I think he's dead. Nope, survived. Wow, $2,000 for good behavior.
Wow.
Use setup board. Vault contents. Oh, it's free roam. So
Oh, is it?
I should have. Yeah.
Okay. I don't. Can you try inviting associates right now? I don't think you can.
There are no free players in this session.
We'll try again.
Unable to add. Well, work is in progress.
Yeah.
Is there a way to cancel it? Like if I just like change session?
Yeah,
Or-
you'd have to like reboot the session.
Okay. Let me try that.
Hey man,
Whoa!
he got a little excited. Oops.
Crazy!
Thanks, man. Wee.
What the hell? I keep I forgot you can. Yeah. Bomb bomb.
How is that person driving? What the hell?
Hey! Learn the traffic law.
Man, he just freaking hit me. So did this person.
Try driving now.
Oh, and it spawns me all the way back in my house. Right.
Yeah. The best, like, setup is usually to just have it in, like, the recent location. But then, like, if you logged out in I don't know, Mount Chilad on top, that would suck a little bit.
That's fine. This is your guys' thing, right? It's not showing me anyone else here.
You're not in the lobby.
You sure?
Yep. Oh,
Same
it's because
game,
it's an invite one now. Doesn't make sense, man. Boom, 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 boom. You know, that Leaf person was supposed to play VR chat this week. What the freak, man?
I don't know, man.
What the actual freak?
Can't believe you should do this, man. Oh, sorry, man. Oh, wow.
CEO organization! Oh boy!
Smokes.
Warning, as an associate, your challenge progress could reset to their doomsday
No.
heist. Oh.
She just called me the V word.
Whoa!
Wow.
Based? Too hot for VR chat? That's probably true. Yeah, that's probably
What
true.
kind of ego is that? Too hot for VR chat? Oh, wait, you mean temperature?
Dude.
This fucking guy.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Hey, man, what the hell, man?
What
I have
happened?
right away.
I'm driving here. No, you don't.
Yes, I do. You are turning.
No.
I'm not.
But you're the bigger vehicle. I'm just a tiny bike. You could kill me, man.
No
and
bike
you turned into
abuse.
Just, yeah, I could. That's it. Just stops right there.
Oh, it's making me go through the fucking the hills. I'm not doing that. I'm going on the highway.
The hills? I'll only call you when it...
Like by the Vinewood, like sign and stuff like that.
The hills have eyes, the hills have... Oh. GTA Online's fun. Is fun.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just enjoying it until, you know, it dies forever. I just don't know what the interview meant. Like, they said they have no intent, or they don't plan on talking about online at the moment. But does that mean, like, they did nothing with it? It's not progress, no progression. It's not even, like...
Well, so online didn't come out until like a month plus after GTA did.
Yeah, but the interview just made it sound weird, like... I don't know. I just didn't understand what they meant about... No, we're not going to be talking about online at the moment. We don't plan on talking about online at the
Yeah.
moment.
They probably want people just to play the game, and then they'll be like, "Hey, online comes this time."
GTA 5 Online was broken at launch. It was... It's pretty bad. I remember. I mean, everyone was doing the car dupe sell glitch. It was crazy. People got rich. Rich!
All I know is I got this Zentorno for free at like the launch of PC, and everyone did, and it was like the meta.
You want to play online $5 a month? If they actually do something like that, that's insane. Like, I don't think they understand that online is carrying these GTA games at this point. I've seen, like, new generations of people start doing, like, GTA Online tutorials for stuff. People older than me when it came out, people my age, like, later on, people now younger by, like, a landslide. There's, like, 15-year-olds making tutorials.
The kid's alright.
It's a great game, man. It's just, they shouldn't money lock it to a monthly payment. They already kind of did with this, with GTA Plus.
What extent does the GTA Plus do anyway? Because I haven't really looked at it.
You get, like,
You get,
$100...
like,
What?
You also get like 250 car garage slot,
Yeah, you get the...
so you can own
Oh.
fucking everything in the game.
Yeah, Vinewood Club
Oh,
has,
shit.
like, a jumbo garage. You get, I think, $1 million a month. They just give you $1 million.
Oh.
Yes.
You
also
can-
get, didn't you say you get like extra wheel spins
You
too.
get extra wheel spins. You get the ability to just get everything from your safe for free, without like going to every single safe in the game.
Damn, alright.
Yeah, you get discounts. You get like a bunch of discounts. Every month they give like extra GTA Plus discounts to cars on top of the ones that already exist.
Oh,
That
hang on.
is-
Gun van
that's
over
big business.
here. I see if there's something new.
I mean, like really, it's a decent deal for what it is, especially just the garage itself. But I'm not gonna pay.
Oh yeah. No, I'm good. But that is actually like not the worst thing. Well, the worst
Yeah.
deal. It kind of is because like blocking a huge benefit behind money and all that. But
The worst to me is the safe thing. Like, if I had that in this game, that would be fantastic.
yeah,
A battle rifle and the shocker, and then a precision rifle. And then a
Yeah.
Widowmaker, the Unholy Hellbringer, the Up and Atomizer. All of these are like 400,000.
I could get one.
$1 million per month sounds like a joke, but getting all money from safes is OP. It's actually like crazy.
Oh, they are 50% discount for this one, sure.
And GTA Plus, it's like, it's not just discounts on cars, it's also on the guns, upgrades, real estate. So honestly, that $1 million a month, you can already start a decent business with $1 million.
The fuck is the Widowmaker?
It's like a alien futuristic minigun.
Okay, I bought all of them. I am very poor now.
Ripping pieces of the money. Yeah, the deluxe edition thing where it has like the full game and that's $100 compared to the base edition. I don't know. That pisses me off for GTA 6.
Yeah, and then the
Yeah.
guy, the CEO, bragged about it or something like that. He's like, more people are buying the $100 version. It's like, yeah, because
Well,
the way you
yeah.
worded it made it seem like people are not getting the full game unless they buy the $100 version.
Yeah.
Sup, Beat Saber? Hello, bird.
Okay, I'm about to start it.
I was actually thinking about getting back into Beat Saber recently, but I'm so lazy, man. Setting up the VR is the worst part. Dude, this new Windows update, I don't know what happened, but like, typically what I do is, instead of turning the PC off, I just have it like, turn the monitor display off after like a certain amount of time. And this new update, this new update like, causes this weird, it literally causes my PC to crash.
I've seen a lot of people mention that the new update crashes it.
Yeah, so you can't even do any like sleep mode or anything. I have to turn them off myself.
The observatory? I thought we were going to the casino. That's the whole point of the heist.
What was that explosion?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That was oh god.
It definitely wasn't me, because I'm way too far away.
It was to
I'm
my
driving right in front of you.
to my south. I don't even know what
Oh.
the hell that was.
Maybe another
Another
Zoolander
Zoolander.
gas station.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe. We could have actually made it more expensive, but we chose not to. Yeah, and then the crazy people are like, well, with money inflation, technically this is the cheapest that the game has ever been. Bro, I just be flying, man. Like, what's going on here?
I'm nearly there.
I'm not.
Trying to gather people for a weekly
I
thing
could
with
get a
Todd.
jet from
You want to
Zang
join?
Ludo.
Maybe. That sounds kind of cool. I need to like practice before. I'm gonna be so out of breath, dude. But I'd be down.
Do I just start or should I wait for you guys?
No, just do it. Do whatever. You can start.
It's up to you. Because I don't know what I'm doing either.
I need to find a security guard.
There he is. I've uploaded a SecuroServe app for you to hack his
Oh,
phone.
you just need to hack him. Oh.
Thing works well, but you'll need to stick close to get the data.
Oh.
1 and 2 star maps. Gotcha. I'm down. Beat Saber do be fun, man. I know you and Rune were playing, and I was like, yeah, I'd be down to play. I just... Yeah, my favorite thing about Beat Saber is muting my microphone so that
That's exactly what I needed. Now head over
I don't sound out of breath and dying. Then again, it's not that bad. Oh, now we gotta go back to the casino.
Yeah.
The Shiggy Wiggy. You're not pink bike no more.
No, I customized it so it's orange.
Oh, and why you're orange?
I like orange.
Okay.
It's a cool color.
Yeah,
That
people,
was high
people
school
don't.
color for me.
Well, orange?
Yes. Orange and black.
My colors throughout life. Neon green. For sure. I think that it just became red. And now it's just black. I just be...
Shit.
Whee!
Holy smokes.
I died.
You killed him.
Oh. Man.
I went gone and died, man.
Frickin' cars, dude. Shit. Ow.
Okay, I think my GPS just taking me on the most scenic route possible. I hate it here.
This is why I'm just motorcycle. I'd be skipping everything. Motorcycle. Okay. That's crazy. That's
It's stuck to the fence.
dude. You can't make this shit up sometimes with GTA, man. This could only be a dream. You guys like my singing?
It's really good, man.
Oh,
Better than
thanks.
radio.
Thank you. I've been training for years.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Tried X Factor?
No,
Poland's
no.
got talent.
Actually, my dad was gonna go to that.
Oh,
My dad was
shit.
gonna do Poland's Got Talent.
What was he gonna do?
He's a very good singing guy. He's in a band.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, actually.
Yep. It's like a Polish alternative band, rock. I don't know. It's really I wouldn't know how to categorize it.
Fair enough.
I park where I
That's
park,
good.
man. I park.
It's pretty
Ow! Oh,
You good?
that was almost a Charlie horse, I think.
Ooh.
White Charlie is
Damn
horse.
it, I can't spin while doing on mission.
Lol.
Wardrobe and finally become the person you believe yourself to be. Stop by the casino store and treat yourself.
You good? Good now. I need to hydrate. One time I got a Charlie horse, and instead of like caring about the pain, I just kind of stared at it. I was like, "Whoa, this is so weird." Why is it called a Charlie horse anyway? Who's Charlie?
Almost good for a signal over here.
You got me in. Let me work my magic.
You guys are so fail RP.
What?
Sorry, man.
You can't be sprinting in a casino like that. They'll
They
know.
can.
No, man. And why is horse hurt you? I don't know.
Find what's in that vault and sniff around for whatever else they have tucked away down there. You might find something.
I wonder what Charlie was doing to the horse when that happened. Huh. Why this plant is pink? Hello?
What's that look like? The green stuff, huh?
The green stuff, man.
So we'll still need to launder it through a buyer. Shouldn't be hard though. Head back to the arcade.
Dude, these cameras are so slow to move.
Dude,
while
I
holding.
literally...
Yep.
This is why you controller in this
I'm
video
swinging
game.
my entire arm, dude. Like,
I literally pressed my DPI button to go to like max, and it's still not enough.
I just,
Oh, shit.
like, enabling the controller, just turning it on for a moment and using it is based at some instances.
oh. I exit the camera. Whatever, man.
Spin that mouse. Beach, mouse. Beach, beach, mouse.
Holy smokes.
I think we need more beach mouses in the world of the Twitch.
People who watch you 24/7. So the moment you go to the bathroom, they donate.
Yes. Except I only do like 1 or 2 bathroom breaks. If even. Depends on the day.
Yo, why are you so angry, bro?
Dude, I'm not. Man.
No, the guy, the valet. He
Oh,
was
kill
like,
him.
"What do you want?"
Kill that guy.
Whoa. Okay.
Vault contents identified.
Wow.
Widowy. Whoa!
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Why your clown?
I don't know. He's funny.
Yes.
You have unlocked a new reward. Please visit career and pause menu.
As long as you don't pee 5,000 times. I mean, if I have gamer subs, I will. Gamer subs makes me piss.
Have you consider not doing that?
Well, pissing's good for you.
Oh shit, that's true. You got a good point.
Sometimes you just gotta make piss. No ramp here? Boo! Can I do this?
Jeez. Whoa. Holy smokes.
Shinobi.
Ah,
No!
I kind of did it. I did a sick
Oh.
flip, man. Oh,
My arcade made $1,150 this time.
Wow, nice.
can I make that jump?
Yes.
I
believe.
try. Thank you, man.
No! Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Did you make it?
No.
Oh,
It didn't even let him jump, I don't think. It made him climb
go
down.
again.
Yeah, I just like climbed up and then just kind of dropped. That's it. Oh, hey, man.
Use code PISSBOY for 10% off your next 5 toilet breaks in 60-minute window. They should sponsor me a partnership with GamerSups so I can do code PISSBOY. I'm just saying, if Soda could have code POOR, then I can have PISSBOY.
Soda's had code poor for like,
Years.
I want to say over 10 years now.
Yeah.
Since he started his like original merch shop, because the code would take. He said he put it to the point where he would make a singular penny off of it. I
Yeah.
think.
Code poor. Hey.
Hey man, wow, I made it.
First
Code
try.
piss boy is good. It means you got good kidneys. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm gonna brand with that, even though I don't piss.
Rebranding into a piss VTuber.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a piss tuber.
Holy
Nice.
smokes!
Oh Jesus!
Let's
Man.
get that on a tray.
I'm gonna be a strawberry piss boy.
Is that your gamer subs flavor? Strawberry piss.
Oh,
That's kind of
dude!
good.
Do they even have any strawberry flavored gamer subs?
I was about to say, yeah, I would love something with strawberry flavor.
Holy freaking smokes! Has Leaf ever said what her flavor would be if she made a gamer subs flavor?
Has to
I
be
can't
something
remember.
tea related because it's leaf, right?
I really don't think
Really?
she likes that like tea that much though.
Well, I just mean like tea because leaf, but the British, yes.
I can't remember if she said something minty.
Yeah,
maybe.
that makes sense. Something minty makes sense.
It's like no. I was about to say apple mint. Is that a thing? I can't remember.
She wants mint in it. They have a strawberry flavor, but it was decent, but with dragon fruit. Oh, but awesome with dragon fruit.
Oh. Oh, like mixing it. Let's see it.
Strawberry piss. I'm locking it in.
That'll be
I
your
say
first
that, but
buyer.
like every one of my friends who has had like hundreds of people ordering with their codes still don't have their own flavor. Yeah, I'm getting mine soon, guys. Isn't even partnered. I just want base strawberry, man.
Same.
I thought the strawberry piss, like strawberry lemonade.
Wait, you're right. I want like strawberry shortcake or something.
Oh,
See?
dude, you can't say that.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, man.
No, it's still good, man. I get excited.
Which approach you guys want to do?
I don't know.
You want silent and sneaky, the big con, which is Ocean's 11, or
The big haul.
guns blazing?
I'm down for whatever, really.
Hey, honestly, pick whatever you want. I would just go stealth, but that's just how I am.
Okay, let's do stealth for now.
Aiko Shake will be an alien raccoon in a bikini. There is a very specific model after many discussions that I would get made in VR chat, and I could totally see them making like a weird shaker out of that. I'm just saying, man. I got the ideas. They just never replied to me about my partnership. Or, like, is there an equivalent to, like, creamsicle, but, like, strawberry? Strawberry sickle? Is that a thing?
Well, now it should be.
I agree. Strawberry flavored things are just the best.
Okay, let's do weapons first.
I had a friend from RuneScape for years that was really obsessed with strawberries. So I hated strawberries, like, beyond just eating them for so long. Because I hated him so bad.
Oh,
And now I just love strawberries.
I don't have those guys. The PDW and AK, that seems good. We start with that one.
Do it.
Wow.
The other one was literally the the Tech 9 and the base pistol, and I was like,
Oh,
no.
Was he shitting strawberries? No, he was just everything he branded himself as was strawberry related. And I was the anti-team, so I did peaches because peaches are my favorite fruit. We're actually gonna go peach picking maybe this weekend.
oh.
I love peaches.
Do we need the getaway vehicle? Do you want poor, good, or expert?
Expert.
Okay.
Lunaris, strawberry and watermelon, yeah. I like combinations, but strawberries on their own are just so good. The only thing I hate flavor-wise is cherry. Because American cherry products are just like, what are we
Wait,
even
why
drinking,
don't-
man?
It says I don't have Paige Harris unlocked, but I've worked with her before.
Oh, my car's burning. Another car.
I'm not
Oh,
sure. You have to like buy or so. What the? Ghost!
My
No!
bike blew up, man. I just caught on fire suddenly.
Oh man.
Man, thank goodness I'm insured.
I'm sure peaches love you too. God, I hope so. I mean, really, what is the best fruit to consume? Like, raspberries, strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, peaches.
Do you want the PDW or the rifle loadout?
Which rifle?
I think it's just a like AK.
I like that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll take it as well.
Okay. I think it
Kiwi's
also
pretty
comes
good.
with the Beagle, I think.
Hello, Capman.
So we'll do
What
that
else
one.
is in the teaches of peaches? Is the beaches.
Untraceable weapons, or at least ones that won't trace to us. Your gunman found what we need on a Merryweather
I'm
flight
literally
fast.
bikeless right now, man.
We can't locate the plane, so you'll have to procure a flight schedule for a mercenary compound. Sound fun?
Sorry, ma'am. Emergency.
What happened?
Go to Elysian Island. Oh my god, that's so far away.
Holy smokes, 4 miles.
Good crunchy apple. Apples are good. I just think they're overrated as fruit, but they're really, really good still.
Whoa, man.
What is apple your
For-
favorite?
I do actually think strawberries are my favorite, but then apple's like a close second, I'm pretty sure.
For me, it's a specific type of apple. I think that, like, when everyone, like, you know, like, imagine an apple jokes
Yeah.
and how everyone goes red, for me it's green because Granny Smith the best, and that's it.
Oh.
Granny Smith is pretty good, yeah.
I just like Macintosh. No, there's this
Those-
apple we picked up during apple picking. There's these specific ones. I forget what they're called. It's kind of Japanese sounding.
What do
It
you
might
mean by
have been.
that?
Well, they like literally was like yukuri or something apples, something like that. They're really good. It starts with a Y, whatever it is. They're released
Yukon
very
Golds.
sweet. Yukon, maybe I don't know.
Those are potatoes.
Oh,
This freaking guy.
Taking this to the next level?
Good, you're there. One of those things must have
Hablar.
on them, so how about
One of those goons.
drops it? Cool?
they're goonin. Yucca? I don't know. Avocado? You put avocado as number one?
Is avocado considered a fruit?
It do got a big seed.
Oh, that is true.
And
And it make guacamole.
Something that
I like guac.
Guac is good.
You messed with the wrong man!
bro, I think I am gonna just end up buying the fucking arcade that's next to all my other stuff. This sucks. I'm flying so like.
Damn it, Carlos! What the hell? Avocado.
There we are. Your bogey is now on radar. Get up there and
I just, you know, like typically you think of fruit, you think of like sweet things, like you know.
Fly to the Titan. You fly or I fly?
It was literally where I was. God damn it.
Maybe I should just chase in a motorcycle.
Yeah,
Frick
sure.
it.
Up to you.
Oh,
Oh,
frick it.
I need to remember how.
Fly to the Titan? How are you? I can't.
Because we have helicopter.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't.
Just a short little boat here.
Strawberry. See, I love strawberries, but if you do not eat them like during the peak season of strawberries, they suck. Like
That is
they're
true,
actually so bad.
For me, a watermelon is favorite.
Watermelon's based.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
I
the thing.
probably
Like,
like strawberries so much because they're so fucking sweet here in Denmark. Like in a nice way sweet. They're so freaking good.
I think fruit are the only things I can tolerate when they're like super sweet.
Just with the juicy as well. Strawberries.
Oh, I see it in the sky.
Potato lore.
Oh, it's flying.
Yeah, it's the big one that we like, the Titan. It's the
Oh,
one.
I wonder if it's a good idea I'm flying because I don't have that high flying skill. I don't know if that makes a difference.
With a helicopter, I think it's fun. Nah, you
The
got this.
helicopter just gets like, not like much turbulence, but like a little amount that like can be kind of annoying, but is not as bad as planes.
Like
Oh, shit,
it's
apple,
right there.
I've never had a bad apple during an off season. You know.
Yo, Bad Apple, I know that reference.
Shoot the rear door.
break the ramp door open and the goodies will come pouring.
Bad apple. Bad apple mentioned. Oh God. Ever on and on, I continue.
Just shoot the freaking door. How am I supposed to aim with this thing?
You should, if you hit tab, you should be able to just
I mean, I can aim with the missiles, I suppose, but
you should have homing.
oh, is that fine?
Yep.
Wait, how do I shoot?
I'd say just
Oh, there
go
you go.
for it. What's worst that can happen?
I mean, the Titan takes like 80 shots to get blown up,
Oh,
so.
fair. Oh, we've got helicopters behind us now. It's not really shooting again, it's just... Oh, it's right click. That's
We were
why.
all waiting for it. There it is.
Now bring me those weapons. Come on.
I'm going.
Oh, jeez. Okay, see you, man. I try to survive.
You got this.
Thanks, man. Maybe I should just learn to play this game with the controller. Holy crap.
Controller do be pretty based.
It's just because the controls are so shit for flying on PC.
I have a feeling it's not gonna be fixed.
Oh!
Oh, holy moly, that was close. Get out of here.
Get out of here! Hell yeah!
Did one of them fall down in the river? I guess I can go pick that up. Yeah, I see it.
Down by the river. Yeah, I don't know if I can collect two, so. Oh God! Blah blah.
Oh,
Ugh.
Jesus, they're shooting. Get the heck out of here. They didn't track. Oh, whatever, man. Dude, we gotta get out of here.
Look out! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!
Holy shit.
Oh wait!
Get in, man.
Book it! Cheese, it's the fuzz!
I'm trying. Oh shit. We also got the freaking helicopters after us now. Wait, why are the cops actually as well?
Well, yeah, what the hell?
Oh god, we're actually smoking.
That dude just crashed. Wow.
No, that was me.
Oh.
Oh.
I was helping.
Okay, we'll lose the cops over here.
Yeah,
Well, you have
that's all
cops?
I can't help with.
I don't got no cops.
I don't know why they're after me. Oh, when the enemy helicopters come after me, apparently I get cops again. That's weird. Don't-
Ow.
I'm not sure what to do.
No, just fly towards the arcade.
Oh, it was stalling for a moment.
Uh-oh.
We do be smoking a lot.
Dude, your arcade is in, like, hell. Why'd you put in Polito?
This was the. I didn't. I told you I got a free one. Remember?
The free one is in Polito? Dude.
Yes. They hate us. This was like. I looked it up. They gave it to us for free for like Twitch Prime like 10 years ago.
That's insane. I wouldn't have even taken the offer solely off of its location. Like,
Well, I was like, cool, free arcade. That's neat. I can like choose where I want.
There we
Nope.
go. We might want to be ready to get out of this. I don't even know if I have a parachute anymore.
anytime you enter a flying thing,
Okay.
you get one.
Okay. Man, frick these guys. You know what? Take up the fight with them. Oh, wait. Oh, we're going down now.
Eject!
Shoot. Ow. They're freaking blasting me, man.
They got it. Crazy aimbot over here. What the hell?
I'm like almost dead, actually.
Ooh!
Oh shit. Oh, you die.
I got him, but I died for it.
Let's see if I can pick up the. Oh, fucking got hit by a
I died
car.
for the cause.
Let's see if I can pick up the.
Oh my
second
god!
one.
Ah! You hit me.
Oh yeah, I can only carry one. Oh shit! They're here again.
Oh god, ow! Ow! Stop! I'm gonna like super call in
Right
my
out here. Oh, you just
my
calling it a right
motorcycle.
away. Oh wait, Ty's right here. Shit, I'm coming, man.
You guys go. I'll hold them back. Oh, I'm going for it.
Oh, you leaving?
Yeah, we should bail.
Okay.
Oh my god! Fire truck!
Oh, this is kind of a problem.
Why?
Bullets and I'm smoking.
Yeah. I think we're good though. That other helicopter, I should have killed one of the gunners at least.
This guy's after me,
I
what the
think
hell?
you got them. Because I heard explosion. The engine's not cutting out, so we should be fine.
Yeah.
Simple and clean is
Getting over
the
this part
way.
of Chiliad, though, that's gonna be a different story.
Oh.
I'm
That's why,
6.7
but,
kilometers.
That's why I messaged you. I was like, I just want to buy the new arcade, even though I have a free one. You're like, why, man?
Yeah, I didn't know it was in goddamn Polito. My bike, man! Run me over instead. When are we getting twelve?
I don't know if it can pull any higher altitude. Oh, we make it now.
Ah, easy, man.
We were not making it earlier.
We were making it, I believed.
Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go.
Nice.
I thought you were just about to climb up and just immediately the camera. I think you just have,
Can I even stand on here or no?
no.
Oh. Unless I do it like here.
Oh my god!
Please do not tilt it forward right now.
I can't. I'm completely.
Oh. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay, okay. Plank's not funny anymore, man.
You have to go to the back alley.
Oh. Okay.
Your gunman will stash the unmarked weapons at the casino for you. They'll likely be dropped in the laundry room or waste disposal. Now you might want to remember this on the heist. Otherwise, you'll be down to just a pistol.
Oh, gun truck.
Yeah, I draw. Goes, do you want gun truck?
Sure. What, do I parachute things? I guess I parachute things. No, okay.
I could drop you up.
Okay. Why gun truck? What did... Oh, okay. Oh. I guess purchasing. I see.
He has a rifle that's 50% off. I don't know if it's any good. It looks good.
Oh, weapons. Oh, the battle rifle.
Gun truck got the shocker? I don't think so.
Shocker.
It does.
Yeah,
It does.
it does. Literally right here. Precision rifle. Railgun.
That's
The
weird.
unholy
So
hellbringer
crazy.
is free. Okay, sure. I'll take free. I can make it many colored. Wow.
Nothing is broken.
I will queue up the next one, which I'm assuming is like, I think it's the not armor.
Battle
Oh, it's the
rifle.
getaway vehicles.
Great choice. Smart.
What the literal hell? What the literal hell? The battle rifle.
Pleasure doing business.
Oh, no,
It's
but I
from
bought it.
Halo.
Ooh. The shocker looks like something you would lodge up your ass.
That's kind of the point.
I don't want it
Kinda curious
anymore.
about it. I like the precision rifle. I like cool. Widowmaker. I didn't see that one a second ago.
Videomaker.
Wow. Cool.
Okay, Sultan Classic, Komoda, the Ellie, or the Gauntlet Classic are the four we can choose from.
Why does she look like that? Oh, sorry. What you ask?
For getaway vehicle, we got the Komoda, the Ellie, the Gauntlet Classic, and the Sultan Classic.
Just pick whatever.
I don't know them well enough by name, so.
Neither do I. But
I like the
they got
Sultan.
I kind of
the
like
Sultan
the Sultan
classic.
too. One of them has like the 90s like wave thingy attached to it, or like the livery.
Let's go get your getaway vehicles, huh? They're perfect, untraceable. They're not
Dude, you got some weird shit on your like wall here, man.
illicit import
This is the free one. Do not blame me.
Free card.
No, no, no.
Chupacabra Street. Oh no. That's scary.
Wait. Glassware paint art. She just looks ugly, man. I don't know.
Whoa.
Dude,
can't just
all
say
that's
that.
working for her is just she has massive honkers in that art. Like, her face is weird, man. Okay, who put that there? Who? How? God damn it, Rockstar. Yo, man.
It's literally like the furthest possible like run it could be.
Stupid arcade. In goddamn Polito.
Oh, my
Like
man.
you would think they would like design the prep work to be like nearby your arcade. No.
Nope. That's actually why there's a min-maxed, like, location for every single, business.
Yeah. I'm just like putting them all next to each other. This has been, like I said, I got this one for free, so I'm like, what the fuck?
That's what I do, but, like, the best thing is to pick the closest location to, like, the jobs thing as possible, so... For example, if you do the weed shop, you should have it close to the upper city, this area. Because all the jobs and deliveries are over there.
Whoa. Be careful saying that word. It might spook some people.
Oh, my bad. Employment, job.
No.
9 to 5.
Dude, just dumb.
Sorry, man, sorry.
It scares me, man.
It's
It doesn't
Friday.
scare me. It's just traumatizing, man. Make you think it's Monday again.
Oh, no. Are they 9 to 5s in Denmark?
Like literally 9 to 5, or
Yeah.
I think they're mostly 8 to 4, actually.
I think I like that better. Because, like, you end
Yeah.
the day earlier. Have all, like, the rest of the day.
I mean, that's what my dad does. He wakes up super early and goes in, and then he leaves by like, oh my god, my head. leaves by like 2. So you still have like full day,
Yeah.
but not full day.
And I think it's just, like, less stressful and less busy at those hours.
Well, also it's quiet, so you can get like, if you have to do busy work, you can do that like without, hey, we need to circle back, or
Yeah.
and shit like that.
That's what I mean,
usually
man.
have, like, me to work at like 7:30 is usually when my day starts, and then I leave a bit past 3,
Yeah.
which is quite nice.
Yeah.
Because most people like meet around 8, that's usually also around the time when there's a huge amount of traffic. So, like, there's a big difference between whether I leave for work at like 7 or if I leave for work like a quarter past. and there'll be a lot
Absolutely.
of traffic or not.
Yeah.
So, but it is nice you have to end the work or end the day a bit earlier.
That's why I feel like I'd prefer, like, night shift. But I don't know. It's just quiet, and, like... All my friends who have a night shift job don't do anything. One of them raids in Final Fantasy while they're on
Okay.
call.
To be fair, it's more than one.
3 of them. 3 of them work the same job, and they all do the same thing at night, and they play Final Fantasy 14 and raid. Like, they raid, man.
Who turns
That's what I'm saying,
in
bro.
this
Like,
game?
oh, but there's no code for them to turn last second to hit you.
I fucking love the video where the dude who's got like the little hand on a stick and he just slaps it against the screen every time that shit happens.
Yeah.
Be ready for some fun.
Dude, I love those videos so much. I don't know where those came from, but those little like pointer sticks are amazing.
I need
Yeah,
that. I need to get one.
I want one.
Yeah.
Shit, where are the gates closed? Open up. Thank you. Whoa, how many can we steal? Oh shit, that was shooting me. What the fuck? I just got here, man.
Oh my god, this guy just jumped.
Boom. You got a jumper.
Jockey, jockey.
That rifle kind of just knocks them
See,
down.
I've been asking about that, and you're just like, no.
I told you that I've already committed to running Left 4 Dead with Leaf whenever that happens. It's gonna be a jumbo lobby.
I miss Left 4 Dead. I would love to play. Oh shit.
Okay, get him back here. The getaway vehicle bay has been looking empty.
I'm getting the freak out of
The
here.
second one.
Oh,
Oh, dude, where are you going?
But if the Left 4 Dead thing
jeez.
doesn't happen soon, then I'm down to just host a lobby. And just run.
Yeah, yeah.
We can just do, like, campaign. Doesn't have to be PvP.
I mean, I've never done PvP, so that was
You would need 8 players?
people. Yeah, because it's 4 and 4.
Yeah. Holy smokes.
Oh my god, I have to take this all the way to the freaking arcade, man. I should have just hosted this damn heist. Like,
That's why with this payout, like the payout from the thing, I'm gonna buy the arcade that's literally right next to the rest of my.
Good.
I mean,
Because that's why I asked you. I was like, I started the heist. If I buy the other arcade, is it gonna require me to do all the setup again? Wait, this thing's actually kind of.
yeah, the classic's pretty.
kinda cool.
Yeah. It's the Skyline.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't actually mind. Because I like driving the game, so this is just an excuse for me to do more driving, but.
It's just fucking funny. Especially because these are getaway vehicles. You would think we would put them, like, you know, near where we have to get away.
Yeah. Well, it can't be that convenient. Now we gotta drive 12 kilometers.
Though, I mean, it was kind of funny. It was kind of funny. When I was choosing the car, Lester was like, "Put the shark cards away. We have to find something that we can't be tracked by."
This is kind of looking nice. I dig the color.
Mine looks really nice. Yeah. Totally not beat the shit already.
Mine is in
Sorry for
perfect
this.
condition.
Sorry for like this tiny little bit of desync, so it looks like sometimes you just drive straight into a wall or
Dude,
face
yeah.
into the ground. It's a little bit scary, but
No, it's even worse when he flies and you're like on board with him. Because one time he was just doing spins, like barrel rolls for fun. And then it did the desync. But it was a 30-second
Oh.
desync, so he nose dove while spinning. And then it didn't blow up. So I think I hit an animal. I'm gonna...
how could you, man?
I think it was a coyote, so it's fine. But yeah, he was still doing the spin as he crashed. And it didn't make any sense. I'm like, oh, alright, we're clearly desynced here. It's tonight. You guys wish you, like, learned an instrument in life?
Yeah.
Besides when they like forced you to do the recorder, yeah.
For me, I was brought into the music dude guy's thing, and he's like, You want to play? You want because it was just orchestra stuff, so there was no guitar. I was like, I don't want to learn anything if it's not a guitar. And the drums looked tempting, and I'm like, maybe, and I just didn't. I learned the piano.
I technically learned guitar, but I'll be honest, my teacher, really nice guy, not a good teacher.
Well, I have a little bit of a problem when it comes to guitar. I'm left-handed, so finding a left-handed teacher.
Well, so that was the other thing. I found that I'm actually left-handed for guitar. For some reason it feels more comfortable for me.
It's just fried then.
Yeah. Well, on top of that, it didn't help that like Nick was a part of the class, and Nick like he played sax, and so like he knows like all like learning musical notes and all that stuff. So like he adapted super quick. But then like everyone else was like, "Oh yeah, I have like 5 years under my belt," and I'm just like, "I just exist, I guess."
They gave me an instrument when I was like 7, so imagine the smallest kid you can think of. They gave me a cello. Oh God, what? Dude,
did it come with a complimentary step stool?
I took the bus to school, man. Whoa, no. That's actually insane. You don't have like a place just to leave it? I mean, I guess you have to practice. I would have learned the guitar again. I might. Or the drums. Or the piano's based. I just like guitar more. Or a bass guitar. Guys, good job!
Thanks, man. Bye. Holy
My
shit,
bike
dude.
just flew, dude.
It looked like you flew with it on my screen, but then I see on your screen that you kind of just flew over the car. So let's talk
Hey,
about
we're still-
music now. Maybe pull out my guitar.
What the hell?
I can't.
Wait, I see the car. I'm stealing it.
I'm an enforcer ring.
Okay, now it's the hacking device time. Do we even choose one here? Nope, it
Hold on.
literally just auto cues it.
Hold on, playing Zomboid right now. Playing Zomboid.
Looking sharp in that suit, if you don't mind my saying. You may remember I directed your attention to some keypads.
Why am I in a suit?
Casino. Yeah, if
You
we
look freaking dapper.
we're gonna need some FIB technology from your building on
Oh, shit.
Fox Hill. But first, I'm directing
Well, at least I got my helmet.
G-men with passes to get in.
Hey, that's a nice car. I should use that.
Yeah, the car that didn't despawn for some reason. You're Sultan? Who I don't know who delivered it. I guess it was Ty. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Ty.
Strawberry Avenue! 11 kilometers. Dude,
I'm gonna go so far.
Actually, it's 6.27 miles.
it's
How the frick do I change it into the
10.80.
right system?
I don't know. It's somewhere in the settings. I got a
I think
10.40 kilometers.
I think it's actually preferences maybe or settings. Yeah.
Frick it.
Been a long time coming, been a long time coming. What was the Dance Gavin Dance song you liked, Ty? Synergy, right?
The music video is them acting like exterminators, so I think it's Synergy.
Synergy, yeah.
That's like the only one I really listened to. I think it was you or Nick like sent more, and I was just like, it's okay, I guess, but
I think it was Nick. I think you would like the newer era.
I just also like it because the fucking lyrics.
Yeah. I mean, that's just their songs. Like John Mess screaming, none of his lyrics ever make sense.
Well, the synergy where it's like, if you're like, oh my god, hang on, what's the line? If you're filming me piss, it's probably best I stop the stream.
Oh, dude.
It's just so fucking silly to me.
My friend is like a huge lyrics main with music. And I was like, dude, I think you would love this Kevin is. And I sent him the Chucky versus the giant tortoise. And just the lyric, Pico de Gallo riding a rhino. Tomato basil shit. He's like, what are you what is this? It's great. I like bass guitar as well, but I think like I would only want to learn the songs that I like, and not more. I wouldn't branch out with the bass, so I'd only play like.
Oh, that was the other
Gorillas.
thing. There was like one prodigy in the class. Like the dude's been playing since he was 2.
Oh man.
Oh jeez.
And so obviously anything we did, kid acting like a smug shit about it.
Oh no.
We didn't have
Also, here's
anything.
like more motivating if you actually just aim to practice for those songs that you like and then like you don't need
Yeah,
to force yourself to
so-
learn other songs.
True.
That wasn't. He had decent choices, but then there were some that were so out of left field. I was just like, "Who is this for?"
It's just tough because like it was only orchestra, so like yeah, okay, I like some of these songs, but
Like the one that I remember that I was just like, I mean, I guess this works was Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots.
oh
Oh, I passed it. Whoops.
well, they formed like a rock band, but that was like my senior year, so I was like, oh, I'm not gonna join that one.
Framing innocent taxi drivers for terrorism, or torturing civil rights campaigners, or ruining the best bits of the internet. Deal with
We just murdered FBI agents.
Corrupt FBI agents, allegedly.
You're saying they're non-corrupt FBI agents?
I was gonna say.
I mean, it's Lester's word against theirs.
True. I've seen what they do in the campaign. They suck.
You also have to. Everyone has to get a security pass. Oh god, we
I'm not
pissed off the
agree.
gangsters. What? He just got run over. Oh my god.
I'm almost there. I see you guys. What are you doing? What the fuck? There's just a dude's body in the car here. Oh, okay, never mind, not anymore. Hi.
Oh Jesus.
Oh jeez, man. There we go.
We're going to the
Just kidding.
Fib building.
Oh, did you want to join?
No,
Yeah.
it's fine. I'll drive a cool car. It's whatever. Wait, okay, why did they want me to go the other way?
I don't know. This GPS sucks, and it's Coil's
Yeah.
fault somehow.
No. You might notice, but I'm already there, so maybe just update your GPS.
You
a
left
little bit.
without Ghost.
Just update your GPS.
You
I'm literally in the latest firmware.
know what, dude?
My bike.
There. Oh. Where the Oh, I thought I could go up this side. Never
This
mind.
guy wears helmets.
Yeah, helmets are kind of based for motorcycles, not for skateboarding. Then you're just a lameoid, noid.
Stay in their cone's vision. Okay, so they're they're blind as bats.
Hey guys, hello.
I'm coming. I'm on my way.
Be careful with the cones.
It's the first elevator.
Oh, jeez, I see it. I need to be very careful. Wait for me. No. Oh, okay, you almost left me.
Elevator.
Holy hell,
Elevator.
you made it all the way up. Now the
Oh
device
god, I
you're
was pulled out a gun.
on this floor.
Oh.
It'll be somewhere
Hey guys, I'm just a guy. I'm gonna go check out over here.
You can signal strength.
Don't linger
Oh.
around anyone too long. As nice as you look.
Well, it's
don't have
pretty
an
high already
RFID
here.
agent stick up your ass.
Why he said this?
Like right here. It's not here.
Oh no, is
What the
I think it's
hell?
in this room?
Maybe in the middle. Or is it here?
No.
No, it's getting weaker. It's more in the middle.
Oh.
It's on
Oh,
the.
it's, no, it's literally on the other side of this wall.
I found it. Okay.
Nice.
I'm heading out.
Good day. Good work there, guys. It was nice. Wow.
Yeah, good day, FIB dudes. By the way, this dude like walked and pushed me and like didn't attack. It was crazy.
He's probably just busy.
Yeah, it's one of those days.
What did you do?
Ask
what
the
went
dude who walks through the metal scanner.
It alerted before I walked through that.
No, you did
We
not.
were literally not even
yes.
there yet.
We were still on the elevator.
The alarm went off before we went
Yeah,
through that.
yeah. Tell it to the judge. How about that?
Anyways, get us out of here.
Literally saw it all happen. Twitch clip that.
God damn it.
We have a widow poof.
Yeah, what do we... Now there's double poof, because you also got a quip.
Actually, no, I didn't.
It's so
I
weird
did
to
not enable that.
Oh, fair. Did you disable AI usage in your channel?
Wait, it just said it happened anyways. What is this bullshit?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Literally, now you have a clip.
I turned that off. How was that? So
I mean, if you disable the AI thing, like, there's a chance it'll re-enable, so.
There is also a possibility that the disabling the AI thing is kind of just superficial. They might just still be taking your shit.
But if
Well,
that's
yeah.
if that is found out possible, then what?
Oh yeah, absolute breach of like.
Well, the thing is,
GDPR and
you
whatnot
could
here.
disable it for yourself, but if a streamer doesn't disable it, then it's enabled. So anything you do in their channel will... There's actually a tag you can add right now to, like, disable it. Not disable it, but, like, tell people that you're not AI.
Yeah, you gotta disable.
Lose the cops. I don't know how.
Gonna add 15 tags.
Because we have a helicopter on us. That's gonna be hard to lose.
I mean, I can literally take it out.
Elite hacker bands.
No, I shoot.
Maybe
think
we
just-
sink.
I don't have the... No, I forgot about it. I should add it. My tags are absolutely ridiculous.
It won't find us here.
Oh, very sneaky. Because just what the cop cars find us in time.
Dude, like, come on, man. In the new album, this dude says, "I'm your Sisyphus." It's beautiful. I'm your Sisyphus. Lol, get juked. I'm your six-a-fish. Why the fish is 6?
What?
Holy moly, dude.
Where am I? I'm
You're
while
telling
riding
me
right.
that
What?
they- You're telling me that they don't fucking try to hit you? That was the most blatant thing ever. I was in a wheelie and that guy fucking changed 3 different lanes to hit us.
Where's my hand on the stick? And smack the screen for that.
Exactly.
What a lovely day. You know, I'm glad this is right next to a police station. Just freaking great, man.
You want to jump Zancudo?
You do whatever, man. It's a little bit scary.
We'll jump it on the way back.
Wahoo.
I am surrounded.
Are you still getting chased by cops?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really trying to lose him. I just got it out of him.
Holy moly. I did not know they could say that.
Is it possible to sell sell this arcade when it's done?
I
Sell
mean,
properties.
because it was free, I don't know. But normally, what you replace, like, the funding will go towards the new building, I'm pretty sure. But it was free, so I assume not. It would just get replaced.
Because this fucking sucks.
Yeah, you just shift to a different one. Where are you guys, man?
We were driving. We had to lose the cops because I have the device.
Oh, brother. Like, literally, you couldn't drive a little... Oh, you just teleported. What the freak? I was ready to cut you off.
The desync is spicy at times.
They be shitting. What the hell?
Prep work outfit unlocked and added.
And they say this isn't the best bike. But, like... See that shit?
Holy smokes.
General prep work, vault keycards, patrol routes, dug and shipment.
How many are there to do? Like,
Holy shit, there's a lot.
The Diamond Casino has, like, the most setup prep.
There's there's the vault laser and nano drone, an EMP device, infiltration suits, vault key cards, patrol routes, dug and shipments, security intel, power drills, and security pass. Though the only ones that are required is the vault key cards, nano drone, and vault laser. We can skip the rest if if need. We'll do the key cards for now.
When it's showtime, we're gonna need 2 key cards to get into the vault access tunnel. Luckily for you, I know where to find them. Locations for 2 of the Duggan's goons are with you now.
can I drive with you? Ty?
Oh my...
Holy shit.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't feel like driving that long distance again.
Bro,
You okay,
she-
man?
I just watched someone run over a deer.
Oh no. Also, why did you just blast that lady?
Did you hear what she called me?
No, I didn't.
Based?
Oh. I assume it was a slur of some kind.
Pretty much.
Well then. Very valid then.
It's a video game award.
Wait.
Which one are you going to?
That's a great question.
I will go to this one, which is the northernmost one.
Is that one, like, further than the other one?
No.
Okay. I'm already, like... Near the city.
It's closer. Yeah, that's why I was like, you should probably go for the other one.
Okay.
This one's by like Trevor's place. I don't know what that called. This GPS is gonna try to get us killed. I swear.
100%. Why are you truck?
Wait, what? What the? Why is there a car there?
Why is it just a car there?
What the fuck?
Surely someone's out here sightseeing, I guess.
There wasn't even like anyone around.
Oh, was there? Who knows? What, nice. On the bounce.
Dog. That seems
What
about
happened
right.
then?
It's a long story. I took a long leap.
Oh.
Just so I'm not like delusional, if I press shift while on a motorcycle, you technically go faster, right?
Depending on the motorcycle, it's better to do the one wheel, so control.
Okay. Well, I always did the pullback anyways, just because I found it funny.
Oh! I'll go take him.
Oh, okay.
I can take him.
I was in a fight, right? Because he just said
I can take him.
He having sexy times right now.
Oh!
What the hell?
Well done, man. Maybe I shouldn't disturb them right now. Hi there. Excuse me, don't mind me. Okay, I just break down the fucking door. Oh. Lie down, man. Oh. Holy smokes.
Right hook. Right hook.
Well, you deal with that. She took a lot of hits, damn.
She is sturdy.
tank.
Holy.
Oh, I took his card.
Oh, did you search the guy? Okay.
Yeah, I got the thing. It's just we need to leave, so.
Okay, leave area. We head back to.
Okie dokie.
I'm just gonna wait here.
Okay.
I'm just going to make an assumption that we're gonna be sent back here.
Yeah. Should I also just maybe get off at this point?
I could drop you at Zancudo and you could steal some. Thank you,
Sure.
Merryweather, for the ad phone call. Oh, hang on.
Just transfer money.
Spider on my monitor.
Hello, Fred.
So I had to move him. I don't know why he'd be on monitor.
Hello,
That
Ace.
seems weird.
Hey, friend.
Do not kill him.
No, I just move him.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robber. I could make 25,000.
Oh shit. Oh shit, there
Can
is.
we just do that and pick up his money?
Yes.
No.
Oh, recover stolen cash.
Hey!
How
much you make?
I didn't even see. Is it like just return it or we can leave?
I think we have to leave.
Okay.
Peace out, homeboy. Peace.
It's like we have 2 minutes to return the cash, so. Well, a minute and a half actually.
Oh, return the cash?
Well, that's if you want to get a reward. Or you could just keep
Return
it
the
to yourself. But I guess it
cash.
won't like give it to me unless like that minute and a half passes.
Okay,
So-
well, we
We keep.
keep.
We did a good deed. We stopped the robber. The money just got lost. That's all.
It's Robin Hood.
Why are we here?
Oh, I thought you wanted a helicopter.
Oh, I mean, I can. I don't know if it's a good idea.
Okay. We don't then.
I literally made 0. I don't see the timer anymore, and it just says 0 in my cash.
No.
You got freaking robbed.
Well, I mean, he did.
He robbed them, then we robbed him, and now I got robbed by nobody. That's fucked up.
Okay. Malarkey.
By the way.
Thanks, man.
Oh, there we go. 25,000. I got the cops on me.
2 stars.
2 stars for freaking cash. Okay. You'll never get the money now anyway, because I'm transferring it.
Where my cut? What the hell?
You're literally. Oh, I have literally insufficient. It went straight to the bank account.
Maybe.
Thing. Well, I don't know, man. You're hosting this. I assume you get a bigger cut than us anyway.
I was gonna make it the 30 split.
Oh.
Unlike some people.
Where's the cops, man?
Couldn't be me.
Where's the rob?
Oh, and he's gone.
Oh, there we go. Now they're gone.
Well, so I turned around because I was like, oh, it's clear now. And then saw the cop car, so I was like, oh. And then I turned around again, and he was gone. And then, like, 3 seconds later, it disappeared.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Also, this is gonna be kind of weird, but on what planet, like, do they need like 10,000 rounds for stuff? Like, do you think in GTA Online they're just gonna make it like, hey, here's 1,000 rounds, dude, good luck? Because like this, 10,000 pistol ammo feels
A little bit
egregious.
overkill. Yeah.
Nah, it's like totally fine.
Bacon triple cheese melt. For $2.40.
That
Damn.
was at 2.40 cents. God damn. That's cheap. Oh, I wait here. I take.
Don't believe me? Look up GTA burger inflation.
Okay. Wait, what fucking car is this? Oh. What?
Oh, good heavens. That is quite the burger.
The first rule of the art of war
Oh, hey, it's a 20-minute video essay on the inflated economy of GTA 5.
Right.
A likely story.
noticed till now. Bring a bunch of them down. Don't worry about being gentle, they're tough. And salvage the parts. I'll put it all back
Oh,
together.
I figured you wanted to drive. You said
No.
you were taking it for the ride.
Reaching the diamonds
What
the-
was waiting for you and me. Why is the cops already on me again?
What did you do?
I didn't do anything, man.
Dude, you guys are trolling, man. Like,
They just hate Danish people. I see how it is.
huh.
Yo, that dude just tried to commit attempted. Oh, they're both trying to commit attempted murder. Trying to pit a motorcycle is insane.
Interesting.
What did he call me?
We have a situation, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The drone's
also
parts
you?
did not fall.
Oh.
They're just floating.
Oh no. Maybe just a little bit of teasing, hopefully. They're still on us there.
I mean, I guess we could find a helicopter. A
Wait, do
wild
we-
boar.
A helicopter might be nice. Do we even have like limited lives for this mission, or can we kind of just die as
No,
much as we want?
it's basically time limit. Just like
And
you're in free roam, so it does kind
Gotcha.
of suck because like if you're in a public lobby, they can just like steal your stuff, and then you're like, well, I can't do
Yeah.
it now.
Yeah.
I know what to do, but I don't know if I'm strong enough to do it.
Holy dude, what happened? Hello? Okay.
Oh my god. I probably should have taken his cart. Oh well.
Maybe.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh!
They should watch where they're freaking driving.
Throw the fucking keys out the window.
What freaking window, man? No driver.
Surely. This will work.
Surely. I mean, it's working. It's working. Oh, got a helicopter coming in though, so you might want to keep going. Alright, or shoot it. Oh.
Damn, that helicopter fast.
Jesus Christ, yeah, this is... Can I? No, I cannot. Shit. Where? Good. Bye. I'm dead.
Bunny.
No, the buddy.
Whoops.
You're not sorry.
There was another one. It was either hit that one or the other one. It was the train trolley.
You could have got in between them, man. There was plenty of space.
There was not.
There was.
Oh damn, you using an AK?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like that.
That thing got like infinite ammo. What the hell?
Stop.
Wait, where'd you go?
I fell off. Shooting
How did
me.
I not fall out?
I don't know, but I'm taking down that freaking helicopter.
Oh! Hey, I'm probably dead here.
I mean, oh, I see you. Oh no. Well, maybe we'll lose the cops this way then.
I'll save you. Oh, I still have 3 stars. They did not
Oh.
care.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, they really do not care. Oh shit, we really might have a problem here. I got a cop car if you want to get out of here.
Oh, I was just about to.
Okay. I mean, if you got something, I can just drive.
No, I run to you because I saw that the tires were on fire, so
Oh.
that was not good.
I keep pressing the freaking R button to reload, and it just goes into cinematic view.
This is so weird.
Holy, that's a big one.
That one normally is just the spike strip one. There we go. I got the pilot. Or did I?
Oh, do a little jump.
Yo, sick.
I landed. Kind of landed. Kind of landed.
Yeah.
Hey, why did they push? We're still so far away as well.
Oh, that's a civilian.
Get out of here, copper. How's going with the drones?
The difference in subplot. Just
Run some Bunny and Clyde shit up here.
It's pretty vibes over here, I gotta say. Got 4 drones already, you know?
Hell yeah, good job, good job. Why are we even coming down there to help at this point? Oh, wait, we have a chance to boost it. Oh dear. Oh no, there are helicopters in the way. Please. Please. Please be better. Oh, terrain. Oh, Jesus. My doors. Like a glove. What was that explosion?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
Wait here, might be safe. Hey, we lost them. Finally.
Koyo's just got that la 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 la.
Oh, we get them again immediately.
This is not fair.
We didn't do anything.
You guys are trolling.
We literally just drove here.
We didn't do anything.
Like, literally, we just drove nice and calmly. Why are they blocking us? Oh, Jesus.
I didn't mean to do
Poor
that.
woman.
She sprinted at me and I got scared.
Understandable. Why is this dude freaking slowing us down?
Yo, sup?
What's up?
Okay.
Okay. Oh. Oh,
Yeah, pick those up.
I'm trying. Can you do it? Because it's getting stuck. The tire's on fire.
Yeah, we need a new car.
Well, we got plenty to choose from. Okay, I'll get in this one. New cop car. They're shooting the shit out of us.
That's the
yeah.
pilot. Maybe he'll land it. Oh.
Nope. How are we supposed to lose the cups when we keep getting them back? Where do we even go? Because they're like got us surrounded. They got the entire way out blocked. Fuck it. Oh, there's just water down here.
Oh, that's water.
No, there's a road, there's a road.
Oh no, this road.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Can I even? Okay. Backing it up.
Wow,
Backing it up.
this thing handles much worse than the
Yeah.
the cruiser.
I thought this was gonna be way better, but never mind. It's just kind of equally ass. Okay, we're fully stuck here. Oh, wait. No.
How
It's front bumper is in the wheel. There we go. Well, oh, we're not leaving you behind. Oh Jesus! You should
My
check out
tires! Go, guys! Save yourselves!
the- Can't leave you, man.
What did
Halo
you do to the
Reach,
siren,
Lone
man?
Wolf.
I'm pretty sure they just shut one of the tires because I heard like. Oh no, we might be fine. No, they did shoot a tire. What the fuck? Oh, god damn it!
Oh,
We're getting the big
that
one.
spike
Whatever, man.
strip.
Whatever, man. Oh my Jesus!
Oh, he just spike stripped himself.
Can you get in this one? Can we even bring you along? Okay. Go. Going through the tunnel.
You just spike stripped it.
No fucking way I just did that. I hear it, yeah, the front, oh well, there it goes. Okay, there's a new car behind us. My door! Maybe I shouldn't drive, someone else drive.
Incoming!
No, I trust you, Ghost.
I don't trust myself. Alright, get the fucking tie.
Ow, ow, ow.
Run past these guys. This is still the helicopter that won't leave us the frick alone.
That has to be a new
fuck.
one.
Oh,
Damn, ship's
that,
decent
that
with
was that was air. That was air time.
ooh. Ooh.
This is death.
I heard the explosion. What did you guys do?
I went through the air and landed right on the engine, so... But I got all the parts right here. And a new car. That was fun, man.
Get in!
I don't have the stuff.
I have the stuff, don't worry. I'll try to lose them somehow.
This is insane for a fucking like.
Just for like a little prep thing, holy fuck.
Yeah, like. Fuck.
This one's also lost a tire, why? Okay, this fucking helicopter's actually pissing me off. Where are you?
Use line of sight with them, run into alley AI, suddenly aims to mostly miss you. This mission, I'm pretty sure you get chased forever. Until, like...
Until you lose them here at the end, I guess.
Yeah. Go.
Get this stuff and go. I'll try keep distract the freaking helicopter. You know what? No, I'm just taking that.
Leave no man behind!
Oh, you should. It's okay.
Leave no man behind!
I'm coming. Oh, jeez.
It's burning!
Alright, go, go, go.
Oh my
Quick.
god!
No, the tires are gone now.
No.
Ghost Rider mode, let's go!
It's fine. No, the tires might be okay. No?
Okay, lose the cops.
Oh, well.
We got this! The door!
Just kind of would. I think I just gotta
Oh,
challenge someone
no,
to take
bro.
the fly one day. Oh no, bro. Wait, can I? No.
We literally got this, bro.
We're getting away from the cop cars. I can't shoot that guy though. Oh, they're crashing. This fucking no tire having ass car, dude.
Don't worry, there's one
Yeah.
tire.
There's one tire.
Hanging
One
on by
tire
a thread
only.
here.
Wait, the getaway vehicle on the other
Wait.
side of this river. Is that
Oh, yeah.
car that we found dumped?
Yeah, maybe. Oh wait, we're losing them. We're losing them. I believe in this one.
Should we take?
Oh.
We got this, bros.
I thought I could still drive for a moment.
I was trying.
No, they saw me.
Oh, no. Climb. Is it around here?
I think so.
Did you just shoot the freaking helicopter down?
Yes.
Okay, that explains why it suddenly blew up. I don't know if this is the area, but
What's this do?
holy fuck, dude.
Oh. This is the juvie weapon.
They'll literally never find
I mean,
me.
if we keep running, we might actually lose them here. Helicopter is coming in, but if we hide under the bridge, maybe? Like, I don't know if that helps.
I trust you.
I don't know if that works. I don't know if that works. I don't know if it works. I'm just guessing.
Wait, this is crazy. I'm
Wait,
just in a bush.
Wait,
Yo, bush meta works.
we're just into the bridge. It worked. Let's go.
I
So
literally just
about that-
bush
about
meta.
that.
Oh, it worked for
Hello,
me.
officers.
Okay, I'm good now.
I'm just
Okay,
an
so we
innocent
take,
guy.
take one of their cars.
No, we shouldn't get the cops again. What do you mean? Can we call a cab or something? Like,
Wait just 1 second. I can totally call one in.
oh, you sick, dude. Call us an Uber.
They're busy.
Oh, fuck. Terrible
My
service.
body 801 destroyed.
Hello, officer. Haha. Nice to see you here today.
Can we get a ride? He fucking almost ran me over. Holy shit. What's your problem, officer?
Don't worry, guys. It's just a hike away.
Is this the big walk?
This gotta be it. This is the game.
Oh shit, dude. This is a fun game so far. A bit more chaotic than I thought it was gonna be, but dear.
It's like we escaped in the worst possible area because there's no cars here. And I can't call mine in because it's impounded.
Oh, can I call mine in actually? But I think I can't remember if I have the car right now or not. Which one is it that delivers again?
Mechanic.
Okay. Let me see. Can you deliver?
The fastest way to do it though is the interaction menu, and then you just do manage vehicles.
Yeah, it wasn't working through that. And mechanic hung up on me, so I think
Check this out right here.
literally-
Yeah, my mechanic just didn't spawn. Oh. How many can we be there? I mean, it just needs to be you guys who has the stuff, so. It's okay. It's whatever.
I can't believe you're leaving Ghost like that.
Oh,
That's kind of bugged.
Come on,
I'll
man,
see you
hang from the
guys.
bottom or something, man.
If I could. Sure. Wait, can I just stand on the... Oh, I could almost... Ah!
Oh, you killed him!
Oh! Wait. Can I just...
Yo,
just stand
careful.
Here, maybe?
All right, here we go.
Sorry,
Here we go.
sorry. Yeah, go. See.
No!
It's fine. Just go. I need the exercise.
Oh,
Oh, we
careful
left
flying over
this frickin' place. This really was an awful place. There's nothing out here.
Dude, the road is like a mile away to the north. Sorry, to the west.
Can I just shoot myself instead?
Call your car or your mechanic. No
He
work?
just didn't answer,
He
man.
hung. He doesn't.
Yeah, he
answer.
hung for real, for real.
Oh shit. I mean, I could try and call him again since I'm almost off-road after all.
Well, look at the bright side. If you just turn back now, you'll get to the city faster than us for the next mission.
True. Oh, there we go. What wonder if we're gonna have to have in the second building. I have a Bifta. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna deliver it to him. Oh. I see the icon. Where the frick did he put it?
I have to go grab my car after this, or my motorcycle. They impounded it, man.
Oh, good point. More is mutual.
You can call the mechanic, just destroys. Yeah, I don't want to destroy it. I'm just gonna steal it. I'm gonna steal it back.
$187 for that. Why? It was destroyed by police.
Dude, really placed my car so far away. What the hell?
Get me out of this goddamn soup.
Did someone ram the car? No, it's just parked in the middle of the road. Okay. Oh, it's this thing. It's the little weird buggy thingy. How about this? Oh, this is my favorite car, actually. I remember now. Should I just head back to the city? Or
Yep.
Oh,
It's
all right.
placing my bets. That's where the mission's gonna be. I'm going for my my bike.
How do you? Weird. It's
How do you what?
This arcade actually says it has a access to weapon workshop to like upgrade stuff.
You have to do it from the website.
Oh, upgrade special Mark II, 135,000. What one? What the best rifle upgrade?
I think the special or whatever carbine, but Mark II.
Okay, that's my favorite, anyways. So Tracer. Okay, I'm gonna do this later. That's way too much like information. I'm sorry. We have one more required one, and then we technically could start it, or we can like do a bunch of the optional.
We can like do the next one, and if you want to call it, we can just continue that one next time that we have time.
We'll do the main one then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, considering the time, maybe just one more for me.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was trying to be considerate.
it's Denmark o'clock, man.
Yeah, man, this freaking sucks. We just have the same time zone.
True.
Yeah, just change your clock back.
Dude, that's genius, actually. I'll literally just change like back 6 hours or so, however much it is right now.
Exactly.
Just live the life of the NA schedule.
It's literally almost 7 kilometers away from me right now. What the frick?
Hello, officers. Here.
Yeah, I
A
changed
fair
it.
exchange. Wait, they're not mad. This really was a fair exchange.
I'll take the helicopter, you get the bike.
Wow. Crazy.
I wish there was an autopilot so I could go get a drink right now.
If you had the Avenger.
Oh,
Isn't that the plan?
Yeah, the really annoying thing that we duoed. The military helicopter plane.
Oh, that fucking thing.
I hate the Avenger. I hate everything about that mission storyline.
It was kind of fucking funny, though. Like, in retrospect, it's kind of funny, but it was super annoying at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, Ghost, are you thinking of the Titan one? Like the
Yeah,
Titan
Slip
job
one,
that we
or-
did? No, the
Oh,
Avenger
okay.
one is the one that Koyo and I did.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The Avenger, every single mission you had to use the Avenger, which is like the Titan, the big plane that we stole, but it also has like a different setting where it goes helicopter mode.
Oh,
Dude,
okay.
I mean, it's cool in concept, but it was so
handled like
scuffed.
shit, or-
It was just
Yeah.
scuffed. It was like he had to shoot, and any turn I made like completely ruined the aim. It was rough.
And you know the security cameras, like
Yeah.
in the turning radius. It was pretty much that for aiming.
Oh man, dude, we're not even in the city for this one. Are you serious?
Well, once we're in the city, yeah.
Hey, Polito meta, maybe.
Yeah, for one
One
mission.
mission, dude. Crazy planning ahead, dude.
If we sent Ghost to the city, man. The one time he would have made it there. Oh,
Listen,
Been there in time.
we didn't say anything.
dude, I hate Lester. I'm
I
just gonna say.
asked, and you guys said yes. Then this guy's like, yeah, wow, it's over here anyway. Yeah.
This
It's
is
fine.
unbelievable.
I got to get my biff done.
I'm gonna die. Never mind.
Don't do that.
True.
Sure.
Is that something that you would actually want to like yell at when you get hit by another car?
What?
I hit a guy who goes, "This ain't my fucking vehicle."
Oh shit! Ow. I'm nearly there, man. I'm off-roading a bit.
Theoretically, if you get pulled over and you like borrowed like a family member's car, can you get in trouble for that because you're not licensed on it?
Technically, yes. Unless the person says that, like, hey, I gave them permission. If they say, I had no idea they were taking my car, you can be in, like, a lot of serious shit.
I need to try this thing. Holy smokes.
Big
kinda works.
laser.
Oh shit! Loser.
Whoa.
That should do very nicely indeed. It'll cut through the vault in a few seconds, and it'll be so quiet you'll be able to hear your own smug chuckling.
Do you want car?
I'm driving my car. I have
Okay.
Bifta. I have
Yo, what the?
Windows-
Sick.
this. Thanks,
You're like
man.
so Jack 3.
I look so what?
Jack 3. Jack and Daxter, Jack 3.
Oh shit, true actually.
Jack 3 has like a what was it called? Wilderness? I don't know, but it was like a super desert zone, and those are
Yeah.
typically the cars, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that one was like a lot of cars. I think I only played like Jack and Dexter 1 and 2.
2 is great. I think 2 is my favorite.
I didn't
Yes,
play
same.
any.
2 was good,
So-
but it's like the transition from like how it all felt in the first game to the second game was so massive. Like it just went super gritty and dark.
So you actually said Jack, and I was like, Tack and the power of Juju?
Tack in the power of Juju. Tack, tack, tack. Tack in the power of Juju. Tack, tack, tack.
That has to be like one of the first, like,
I mean, trolled.
Ah, this freaking guy! I keep pressing the R button for no reason. Hi guys, see you guys.
Honk honk. Hello, Rose. Hello, hello, hello.
oh.
Ratchet and Clank. Loved Ratchet and Clank. GTA.
Oh, yes.
Dude, we're so like Fast and Furious finale.
Always be my brother. I'm just gonna swerve off to the left now, whatever.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'm gonna tell you all about it when I see you again.
I'll see you, man. Instead of driving off the highway, I'm just driving into oncoming traffic right now. Oh,
It
shit.
would be really funny if I just watch you like smack right into a car right after that.
Oh shit, I'm fucking... Oh, spinning. Not good.
Hey, Terrain.
So No Pixel announced No Pixel 5. And it's happening the week before BlizzCon.
Oh.
It's crazy.
So no one's going to BlizzCon.
Well, Soda doesn't know what to do, and he's having like a panic because apparently a lot of things are happening like back to back. So it's gonna be like GTA, No Pixel, and then obviously Classic Plus at this point for WoW.
Well, so you know about that, right? That it's like the code name for Classic Plus is called Camelot,
I didn't know that.
and it's meant to be like a full-on expansion kind of stuff instead of just, oh hey, you go to TBC now. It's basically like alternate reality bullshit.
That sounds awesome. What?
Escape like stuff, actually? That's kind of cool, yeah.
At least I
Yeah,
think
so
it does.
so instead of it just being like classic into Burning Crusade, it'll be classic into like whatever the new stuff is. And he technically
kinda
already
sick.
played that, so he just can't say anything about it.
What's with all the water?
That's crazy.
Nice.
So I think this means we can do the finale now, but like obviously you said only one more, so
Yeah, I think
We
it's
have
Finale's
this for
pretty
next
long
time.
too, but because then we can just do like another full thing and just resupply everything else as well, or do the other
Yeah.
missions.
Where did I go back and sign again? What the hell?
I drag you in.
What the frick, man? This guy's abducting me.
The potential take is 2 million.
2 million.
Oh.
Oh, but that's because it gives me 100%. So split that 3 ways.
That's still pretty good. I'd take it. But Bifta, it's all over here.
I mean that's 600,000, and you and I both have not done this, so that's another like what
Yeah.
500k.
Oh, you get like a first completion bonus thing, or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, sick.
and I'm sure if we do some of the other prep work, we might get more money. I think.
Assume so.
There are challenges we can like try to accomplish as well. Like if we're doing stealth, there'll probably be a stealth one. A timed one, so probably like 15 minutes to beat the finale. No death. Perfect hacking without failure if there's like hacking needed. I don't remember the heist that well. I played it on release.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Cat.
Is there a cat? Where?
Little cat man.
Oh,
Oh, he's running. Oh, goodbye.
goodbye, cat.
No more cat man. Hey!
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. Reflex.
Oh my god, my ankles.
Oh, jeez.
Ouch!
Cash right now. Damn.
Ugh. European autos. Hell nuts. Hell nuits. Yeah, so we can just run that. I mean, I guess in a week, unless we find like a different day that'll work.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, whatever.
There's a time that works for you guys. You just shoot.
I'm now done
video.
with courses for like a month and a half.
Nice. I'm on week 5, I think. I have 2 more weeks.
Where'd my money go? Oh, I guess buying. Damn. I guess upgrading this very expensive.
Oh yeah, did you do the Mark II?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark II is pricey. Big money, big. It's almost like 750k for fully upgraded, I think. I might be wrong on that. Maybe not. More like 250.
Oh, sorry, man. Can I custom this morning? Dude, what the hell, man?
Sorry, man, that I did. Jabba.
He's okay, dude. He's okay. I
Jabba.
forgive.
Your time was good because I got hungry. I'm hungry.
Yeah. I think it nearly did.
Yep.
I check.
I had dumb cereal for breakfast. Cereal's like one of the worst breakfasts.
It's not very filling for long.
Yeah. It's also only carbs. There ain't no protein
Yeah.
in there. What? Like, dude, there's no way, man, that all of those cars just happen to turn there. That's impossible. Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
We're gonna clean up your looks.
Well, I think with that, I might head out here then.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey.
Think we're good
But
for
thank
today.
you for gaming. It was
Hey,
fun.
GG, man.
Yeah.
GG's. Good night to you. Have a good weekend.
You too, man.
Yeah.
See you guys around.
Yeah, later, man.
Later, man.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here too. Oh, okay, he's gone. Oh, he's just gone. All right, ladies and gents. Well, let me get the song going now. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed some more of the GTA. Next week's Snowblade bought us a game to play. Well, bought me a game to play, but you know. So we'll try that out. But Monday we'll probably do the long drive again, as per usual. Tuesday we'll probably try that game out. Wednesday, whatever wins, we'll play. Unless I feel like taking a week off or whatever. It's possible. I might. We still have Eastward to do. Granted, it's been kind of a bit too slow for me. I mean, it's just Stardew Valley. So there's that. And then Friday we'll do the finale. Well, we'll do all the other stuff and then finale. So, thanks for hanging out today. Got a bit of a busy weekend myself, so we'll see what happens. Who do I raid? Who's streaming? I'm looking. Well, it is DMCA. I guess I could just send you to Tot. So. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for playing if you played. Appreciate it. Hope everyone has a good weekend. It is possible that there might be less streams next week. There's people have off at home, and we might just do stuff. I know. Aiko taking time off. I understand. I really do. But I don't have many opportunities to do stuff with family, so if I have that chance, I'll take it. It won't be a full week. It might be a day or two. Not back to back either, so. Yeah. We'll see. If it's like weekend plans or something, or maybe before stream, then yeah. GG's. Say what's good to Tot. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend. GG's. Good night. And I'll see y'all. And what's up, Juvie? And goodbye. Peace.